Chapter 629. This sword attack should not be called Amaranth in nature anymore. Let's call it the spiritual sword attack. The spiritual sword attack was not very appropriate, but it did not matter. A name was a name after all, and it did not really matter what it was called. Putting away his sword, Yi Chen lifted his head and looked in the direction of the Morong family. In the sky, a black dot flew over at a fast speed. Soon, it became bigger, revealing a beautiful body and a huge black bat wing on her back. Morong, what's up? As Yi Chen was talking, Morong Qingcheng had already appeared in the valley. Her black bat wings were flapping slowly, causing the plants to stick to the ground. You should know about Bai Minghui. He is right outside the family right now, saying that he wants to challenge you. Morong Qingcheng said. Bai Minghui. Yi Chen nodded. He had heard about this person before. Judging from how he had beaten Lan Xieching with only 7 attacks, this person was very powerful, even more powerful than him half a year ago. Plus, since he could beat Lan Xieching with only 7 attacks, he must have some hidden ace attacks. All right, I will go right now. Yi Chen did not care too much about it. Morong Qingcheng wanted to say something, but then she said, You should be careful. He is very powerful. He had beaten my father with only 1 spear attack, and my father could not react at all. Extreme spear speed. Yi Chen had an idea of what it was. Before she left, Morong Qingcheng accidentally glanced at the grass in the valley. What made her curious was that there was a patch of grass that was extremely lush. The plants were all knee-high, full of life. All of the flowers had bloomed, which did not fit in with the rest of the grass. Soon, Yi Chen and Morong Qingcheng arrived at the Morong family. Warrior Yi is here. I am so nervous. I wonder how Warrior Yi is going to take on Bai Minghui. He is not that easy to deal with. That spear speed is so horrifying. Yeah, he must have come prepared. Everyone was talking among themselves, and their gazes were all focused on Yi Chen, who was dressed in blue. You're Yi Chen. Bai Minghui looked a bit serious. Although he had chosen to challenge Yi Chen first because he thought that Yi Chen would be a bit easier to take on than Duguju, it was just a thought, and he could not be sure. So, it was necessary to be cautious. Yi Chen said, That's right. Great. Bai Minghui, will challenge you right here. I wonder if you dare to accept my challenge. Bai Minghui landed on the ground, holding his long spear in his hand. Since you could beat Lan Xieching with 7 movements, you should be quite powerful. I accept your challenge. His strength should be pretty good. Bai Minghui looked a bit angry. He felt that Yi Chen was way too arrogant. Did he really think that he could beat him so easily? Enough nonsense. Let's fight. The long spear was pointed at the ground as Bai Minghui's battle intent boiled. That aggressive Zhen Yuan was amplified by his spear intent, extending out countless spear shadows. It seemed like his entire body could shoot out spears, and there were no flaws at all. That sharp aura spread out in all directions. Such a strong spear intent. Everyone could not help but gasp. No wonder he could beat Lan Xieching with only 7 movements. Just this spear intent alone has the power of a peak-level rank 4 warrior, which is only 1 step away from rank 5. Plus, it is even more powerful than normal warriors when it comes to using it. Yi Chen did not say anything as he placed his right hand on his gold sword. Kill! Bai Minghui roared as the muscles on his right arm expanded, exposing his blue veins. He threw out a spear attack toward Yi Chen. That sharp spear light was like a silver flood dragon, tearing apart the air and bringing up an ear-piercing metal exploding sound, as if a flood dragon was roaring. Chin. Yi Chen's eyes turned sharp all of a sudden as he took out his gold sword. That gold sword light twisted into an arc, landing heavily on that silver spear light. Boom! The silver dragon spear clashed with the golden sword, and a substantial shockwave spread out. A thick layer of soil was blown up under the feet of the two, and a dark mass of soil flew in all directions. It was a frightening scene. Ting! Dang! Bright sparks spilled everywhere, as the two's speed was extremely fast. Within a blink of an eye, they had already switched to 6 or 7 different places, which made people feel a sense of helplessness. Silver Dragon 7 attack. That long spear in Biming Huey's hand seemed to have come to life. The body of the spear was wrapped in that burning Zhen Yuan, making a loud noise as it attacked toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression did not change at all as he blocked out that long spear with his sword. The Silver Dragon 7 attacks had 7 variations in total, and hacking was only one of them. Then it was a soft, whipping attack, which was like a flood dragon, waving its tail, slicing through the sky. After the whipping attack, it was followed by random stabs of the long spear. Countless spear flowers filled the air, locking down Yi Chen's entire body. Right after that, Biming Huey's spear aura changed, attacking toward Yi Chen's lower body before flicking upward. It was an extremely powerful attack, as if it could blow away a mountain. Then it was followed by a vicious stab, which seemed to be unstoppable. There were 5 attacks in a row, each of which was extremely dangerous. However, Yi Chen blocked them all out easily without using too much of his power. Seeing that Biming Huey's 6th attack was about to arrive, Yi Chen groaned as he performed his sword steps, jumping right in front of the spear light. His gold sword slashed down vertically, and that crescent moon-like sword light filled up Biming Huey's sight, almost within a second. Not good. Biming Hui did not have time to perform his 6th attack, as he held his spear horizontally, blocking out Yi Chen's attack. Chin. That sword attack was extremely powerful, and the long spear in Biming Huey's hand had been twisted into a bow. His arm went numb, and although Biming Hui had blocked out that attack, he had been blown away by that sword power as well, shooting backward explosively. So powerful. Chu Zhongtian, who was watching from afar, squinted his eyes. Yi Chen was way more powerful than he had imagined. It would be fine if he did not fight back, but once he did, Biming Hui might not be able to handle it. As for those young warriors who had followed Biming Hui here, they all looked very serious. They did not think that Biming Hui would be able to win anymore. No matter how good he had thought before, it would all be just a dream. Once they met and exchanged blows, they would realize the gap between them. Obviously, Yi Chen was not someone that could be beaten so easily. Right now, I cannot perform my skybank. I will have to wait until my opponent's mentality drops a bit. Otherwise, even I do not know if I can beat him or not. If it were someone else, Biming Hui would have performed his skybank without hesitation and finished the battle with 1 spear attack. But right now, his opponent was Yi Chen, who was even more powerful than he had imagined. Of course, Biming Hui still had the confidence to beat him. Dragon Transformation Spear Spell. Besides his self-created skybank attack, Biming Hui still had another extremely powerful spear attack. Technically speaking, the power of the Dragon Transformation Spear spell was even more powerful than the skybank attack. However, the latter focused more on speed and accuracy, so it was naturally not as powerful. A dragon roar was heard. If Biming Huey's spear art before was like a flood dragon, then the spear art right now was like a real dragon. There was a huge difference between a flood dragon and a real dragon. The latter was more powerful and aggressive, which was the evolved version of the flood dragon. This spear attack was Biming Huey's peak battling power. Lose. Stopping his backing out, Biming Hui rushed out toward Yi Chen. That long spear of his formed a massive silver dragon, which roared as it attacked toward Yi Chen while shaking its head and tail. Gold pattern. Yi Chen waved out the gold sword in his hand, freezing the massive silver dragon in place. Then, Waves of gold patterns spread out along with the sword aura, shattering the silver dragon without a doubt, and attacking toward Baiming Hui, who was not far away. What? You can't block it out. Baiming Hui was shocked. He did not expect that Yi Chen would have this kind of a sword attack. Under that sword attack, he did not even know how to block it out, and it would be pointless no matter how hard he tried. It was an attack with no answer, and he could only defend passively to minimize the damage. Dragon Transformation Spear Spell. Dragon Power. Baiming Hui lowered his center of gravity as his long spear drew a circle around his body. A massive silver dragon coiled around his body, protecting him within as he welcomed the incoming gold pattern attack. Boom, 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 boom. The golden ripples looked magnificent, like ripples in a golden lake. They didn't contain any killing intent, but when the golden ripples struck the silver dragon, its destructive power was immediately revealed. The silver dragon only managed to block it for a blink of an eye before it was shattered and turned into nothingness. Pooh! Puking out a mouthful of blood, Baiming Hui was blown backward with his long spear in hand. His face was extremely pale. So powerful! Brother Baiming did not even have the power to fight back. The young warriors who came with Baiming Hui were all shocked. They had already thought that Yi Chen was powerful enough, and they thought that it was a mistake for Baiming Hui to challenge Yi Chen. Although Baiming Hui had convinced them later on, they still thought that it was too risky. It seems like Warrior Yi is indeed powerful. Even this Baiming Hui could not block out his sword art. Warrior Yi is so powerful. I am afraid he even has the power to compete with the top 5 young warriors, although the chance of him winning is not that high. People from the Morong family looked excited. The more powerful Yi Chen was, the more face they would have. After all, when Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing got married, Yi Chen would be the son-in-law of the Morong family, which would be like a family member. Therefore, it was only natural that they would be happy. This Yi Chen is getting more and more powerful day by day. He. Morong Jishui smiled as he glanced at his daughter, who was standing right next to him. Su Ruhui laughed and said, "Indeed." Su Ruhui was a mother-in-law, and the more she looked at her son-in-law, the more she liked him. Plus, her life was saved by Yi Chen after all. On top of the cliff, Chu Zhongtian shook his head and sighed. The gap is too big. Luckily, I did not challenge him. Otherwise, it would have been a joke. That sword attack of Yi Chen's had the power to wound him badly. Without continuing to chase, Yi Chen looked at Baiming Hui, who had a pale face, and said lightly, "What? Is this all you have? You should just use your most powerful spear attack. Otherwise, I will not show you any mercy." Mercy? Warrior Yi did not use his full power? Everyone could tell what Yi Chen was trying to say, so they were all shocked. Of course, Yi Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, with the power of his gold pattern, it would not be as simple as just wounding him. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. He chose to hold back because he did not want to kill his opponent and start a feud with the Baiming family. Besides, he also wanted to see the power of Baiming Hui's most powerful spear attack. Wiping away the blood on the corner of his mouth, Baiming Hui stared at Yi Chen without blinking. "I admit that I was a bit hasty to challenge you this time. But it does not matter. I will still be the winner in the end. The next attack will be my self-made Skybank. No one in the young generation has been able to take it on. Skybank, a good name indeed, but it does not mean that it is unbeatable. It is just that you have not run into a powerful one yet." Pausing for a second, Yi Chen continued, "Perfect. I also have a spiritual sword attack. Let's see which one is faster, your Skybank or mine." A good attack could only be used in a real battle. Using Baiming Hui's Skybank to test his spiritual sword attack would be the best choice. Chapter 630. Sky Bank. Spiritual sword attack. They are going to use their killing attacks. Everyone held their breaths without blinking. Killing attacks were not always about the more powerful they were, but the more effective they were. For example, no matter how powerful the attack was, if it could not land on its target, then it would be useless. It would not count as a killing attack, but Yi Chen's gold pattern attack was definitely a killing attack. Judging on its power, it was even more powerful than the spiritual sword attack. However, he did not want to use it to beat his opponent, since he wanted to know which would be faster, the spiritual sword attack or the sky bank attack. All right, try my sky bank attack. Bai Minghui squeezed his eyes as he held his spear with his right hand. His toes touched the ground as he shot out toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked calm as he took out his gold sword a bit from its scabbard. He then extended his body, attacking toward his opponent like a shadow. His chi was like a sword as he flew on it. Shoo! Both of their auras were extremely sharp. One of them pressed forward with an indomitable will, while the other had strands of sword chi, crisscrossing unstoppably. When the two of them approached each other at an extreme speed, even the raging wind was sliced into pieces, and the place was as still as water. Anyone with a lower cultivation base would feel that time had slowed down. While flying, the silver dragon long spear in Bai Minghui's hand pulled back, and something weird happened. At the end of the long spear, a space pattern spread out, forming a curved shape. It was like a huge bow formed from space, and the long spear was the sharp arrow on top of it. Sky Bank, so close. Bai Minghui groaned as he stabbed out a spear attack, leaving no trace behind. Spiritual sword attack. Taking out his gold sword, Yi Chen's right hand looked like it was pushing away the clouds. He threw out a sword attack that seemed slow but was actually fast. The sword wind was shapeless and traceless, looking extremely gentle. So fast, I can't even see its trajectory. Everyone watching the battle was screaming inside their heads. Shoo! The two passed by each other. Yi Chen stood on a small mountain with his back facing Bai Minghui. Bai Minghui stood on a huge tree with his back facing Yi Chen as well. Who won? Chu Zhongtian frowned as he stared at Yi Chen and Bai Minghui. He wanted to see something, but he could not find anything. Murong Qingcheng frowned. Murong Jishui and his wife were holding hands. They could feel the cold sweat on each other's palms. Whew! A gust of wind blew past, and the deathly stillness was swept away. What a powerful sword move. It actually made me feel the danger of death. Unfortunately, it didn't hit me. A joyful expression flashed through Bai Minghui's face. The second they exchanged attacks, he was terrified. Yi Chen's sword was like a gentle breeze, turning his killing intent into a gentle breeze. He did not know where it would land at all, and being able to dodge that sword attack was something he did not even know himself. Oh no, Yi Chen's sword didn't hit him. Murong Jishui was taken aback. Su Ruhui tightly held Murong Jishui's palm. Don't worry, even if Yi Chen's sword didn't hit him, his spear might not hit Yi Chen. Putting the long sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen turned around. Oh yeah? You think it didn't hit you? Shoo! Bai Minghui was about to turn around and say something when he felt a chill in between his eyebrows. There was some liquid dripping down. He reached out his hand to touch it and saw that it was blood red. How is this possible? Bai Minghui's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief and confusion. If he had been hit by that sword, it would be impossible for him not to feel it. After all, he was not a normal person, and his reflexes were way beyond warriors at the same level. But the thing that he could not accept the most was that the sword had hit right between his eyebrows, which was where the soul ocean was located. But he could not feel it at all. If Yi Chen had wanted to kill him, then that sword would have gone through his eyebrows. The gap is just too huge. Although that sword might not be able to break through my defense if it were my eyes, it would have definitely blinded me. Chu Zhongtian gasped. He was not afraid of fast attacks, but powerful ones. Only powerful attacks would be able to break through his defense. But Yi Chen had broken that rule. Even if it could not break through his defense, it would still be able to pierce through his eyes or throat without him realizing it. It seems like I will not be able to return this wound to him in a short period of time. Yi Chen had left a cross-sword mark on Chu Zhongtian's chest, and because of his evil spirit body, it would not disappear. Although Chu Zhongtian did not hate Yi Chen that much, and he did not want to kill him, as a martial genius, he would not give up just like that. Even if there was no hope in his life, he would not give up. Brother Baiming has lost. Indeed, Yi Chen is even more horrifying than Dugaju. The young warrior who came with Baiming Hui shook his head. Being ranked 48 on the master-level warrior ranking, how could he be simple? Brother Baiming has lost a lot this time. Murong Qingcheng let out a breath. She suddenly thought of that lush grassland in the valley. Could it be Yi Chen's work, formless and invisible? One sword attack without a trace. Baiming Hui turned around and said without any expression on his face, I did not expect my sky bank to be defeated one day. All right, after battling with you this time, I have discovered the biggest weakness of my sky bank. I hope that before I challenge you next time, I will be able to defeat it. I hope that before I challenge you next time, you will not lose to anyone else. Baiming Hui was very stubborn. Although losing to Yi Chen was humiliating, he believed that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to beat the latter and return the humiliation. This defeat was only a small setback in his life. Plus, he still had to thank Yi Chen. It was because of Yi Chen's spiritual sword that he had found the hidden weakness of his sky bank. As long as he could get rid of it, he would not be the one who would lose next time. It is good to have confidence, but I do not have time all the time. If you want to challenge me, you will have to see if you have what it takes. The wind blew on his clothes as Yi Chen said lightly, You do not need to worry about me. I, Baiming Hui, have always been powerful. I am afraid that one day when I challenge you, you will no longer be able to interest me. Let's go. After saying that, Baiming Hui carried his long spear on his back and flew out the way he had come. The other young warriors froze for a second before following him. So arrogant, still so arrogant after losing. If it were not for warrior Yi holding back, that sword attack would have killed him. People from the Murong family were not happy about it. Yi Chen chuckled, not really caring about it. There were way too many martial geniuses who had lost to him, and he could not even remember some of them. After the battle between Baiming Hui and Yi Chen had ended, Chu Zhongtian turned around and was about to leave. Chu Zhongtian, since you are already here, why not catch up? Yi Chen still thought highly of Chu Zhongtian, since this was an opponent with a lot of potential. Chu Zhongtian shook his head and said, No, I will challenge you the next time we meet. Let's catch up then. As he spoke, Chu Zhongtian pushed his evil yuan and turned into a beam of dark red light, disappearing into the horizon within a blink of an eye. Flying down from the peak, Yi Chen landed on the plaza of the Murong family. Yi Chen, are you all right? Murong Qingcheng walked over. The second when Yi Chen and Baiming Hui exchanged attacks, she had opened her demon eyes. However, she could only vaguely see a blurry spear shadow. It was not hard to tell how fast Baiming Hui's spear was, which was almost beyond her demon eyes ability. Yi Chen grabbed Murong Qingcheng's hand. That spear attack is indeed fast, but just like he said, it has a huge weakness. Skybank was the fastest spear attack he had ever seen, but because of its extreme speed, it was moving in a straight line. If it were a straight line, then it would be possible to predict it beforehand. It was exactly because Yi Chun had predicted the attack point that he was able to dodge the attack instantly. Otherwise, he would have to use his spiritual sword to block out the attack, and he would not be able to leave a shallow sword mark on his opponent's forehead. Weakness? Murong Qingcheng thought about it. She also thought that Bai Minghui's sky bank attack was too simple, but it was only for Yi Chun. If it were someone else, they would not be able to react at all. Therefore, this attack might be a weakness for Yi Chun, but it might not be a weakness for others. Haha, good brat. I did not expect you to reach the next level. Murong Jishui was feeling great. Su Ruhui frowned and said, I have never seen such an arrogant young man before. He does not know how to hold back at all. Bai Minghui's last sentence made Su Ruhui a little unhappy. Yi Chun laughed. Ani, don't worry. If I can beat him once, I can beat him again. One day, he will be desperate. As he said that, Yi Chun was talking with a smile, but it gave people an unquestionable feeling, as if what he said was the truth. You brat, you are quite arrogant as well. Hearing him, Su Ruhui laughed. With such a powerful future son-in-law, she could trust him to take care of her daughter. He has always been arrogant. It was rare for Murong Qingcheng to crack a joke. She knew Yi Chun very well, and she knew that he was a man who looked calm on the surface, but was actually a volcano on the inside. It was just that he rarely showed it, or maybe he did not care to show it. Hee, you do know me well. Yi Chun suddenly thought of Su Jing, who knew him very well as well. Indeed, he was not arrogant, but he had his pride. People with pride would never think that they could not do it. All right, everyone, you can all leave now. Go do your own things. Murong Jishui waved his hand to signal everyone to leave, then said to Yi Chun, although you are very powerful, you still have weaknesses such as defense. Defense is a weakness that sword artists cannot cover up. Yeah, Yi Chun nodded. A sword artist's biggest weakness would be their defense. Sword intent could greatly increase one's attack, but it would not be able to increase one's defense. However, martial intent would be able to do so. Everything had its pros and cons, and it was unavoidable. Although he had the dragon bone defense layer now, it was not omnipotent. If he ran into a powerful opponent, it might not be able to keep him safe. Murong Jishui continued, You should know about the Treasure Holy Tower, right? I had been there once before, but my luck was not good, and I only managed to get one top-rank item. With your power, however, you should be able to get to the 4th floor and have the chance to get a semi-extreme rank item. Wouldn't it be too dangerous? Su Ruhui said worriedly. Murong Jishui said, For normal master-level warriors, there is a certain amount of danger. But for top master-level warriors, the danger is almost negligible. Although the danger is low, the most important thing to do in the tower is luck. If you are unlucky, you will get nothing. Plus, you have to be careful of other people as well. In a situation where there are too many monks and not enough meat, the most dangerous person would be the one who goes in. Of course, I'm not reminding you to go to the Holy Treasure Pagoda for no reason. It's just that although the Holy Treasure Pagoda is open all the time, it only opens the 1st floor. The 2nd floor opens in the 2nd year, the 3rd floor in the 3rd year, the 4th floor in the 4th year, and so on. This time, it just so happens to be the 4th year of the new cycle. If there are no accidents, every talented genius will go there. If you don't go, you will be dragged down by them. Of course, I will go. Yi Chun had already planned to go there. If he could get a semi-extreme rank defensive item, it would be very useful for him. It should be known that items were also part of one's power, and absolute fairness would be absolute injustice. Chapter 631. The battle between Bai Minghui and Yi Chun was only watched by people from the Murong family and Chu Zhongtian. The Murong family did not have much contact with the outside world, and Chu Zhongtian was not the kind of person who liked to spread the news. Therefore, not many people knew about this battle. As for Bai Minghui, he would not tell anyone about him losing to Yi Chun. Although he was not afraid of losing, it would be better if no one knew about it. The young warriors who were always with him did not want to piss him off, so they naturally would not tell anyone about it. At most, they would tell some of their close friends, which made the news spread very slowly. In the world of warriors, time always passed very fast, especially for the Sea of Souls realm warriors who had lived for 300 years. Within a blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. On this particular day, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng left for the Treasure Holy Tower in the Sky Martial region. The Treasure Holy Tower was a tower that had been passed down from the ancient times. It had not survived for so many years and had always been one of the sacred places in the world. The Treasure Holy Tower was located on the broken cliff of the Prisoner Dragon Mountain in the Sky Martial region. The Prisoner Dragon Mountain was a very famous and even evil holy mountain. It was said that it was the place that suppressed the ancient giant dragons, which was why it was named the Prisoner Dragon Mountain. The broken cliff of the Prisoner Dragon Mountain was even more famous since it was connected to many other mountains. It was hundreds of miles long, looking like a dragon's corpse. When it reached the neck, it would be cut off as if someone had cut off its head. Therefore, it was not the head of a human being that was cut off, but the head of a giant dragon. On the cliff, there was a huge 7-floored tower shining brightly. Looking closely, one could see that there were 7 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Above the entrance of the first floor, there were 4 big words written in gold: 1,000 Treasure Holy Tower. Indeed, it was the 1,000 Treasure Holy Tower, not the Treasure Holy Tower. Since there were a lot of treasures inside, the Treasure Holy Tower was just a common name. The sky had just started to brighten when people arrived at the broken cliff and entered the tower. Then more and more people arrived. They were all young martial geniuses under the age of 40. Some of them were alone, while others were in groups. However, they all seemed to be worried about something, so there were not that many of them in groups. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth, an important figure arrived. It was the sword sex Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the 4th color on the Treasure Holy Pagoda. His figure flashed, and like a flying sword, he flew into the entrance of the first floor. After that, Bai Wuxue also arrived. Right after him was Xiao Chuha. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streams of light shot over from different directions in the sky. From afar, one could see that the 2 streams of light were wrapped around a graceful figure. It was obvious that they were female. When the light dissipated, the 2 women appeared on the 2 peaks opposite the decapitation cliff. One of them was Yan Fengfeng, and the other was a cold-looking lady with an evil look on her face and a hot body. Princess Godly Shark. Yan Fengfeng glanced at the cold lady. The glamorous woman was the most mysterious one among the 5 young tycoons, the Godly Shark Princess. She had always been elusive. She would only appear when it was necessary to increase her combat power. Normally, even her shadow could not be seen. The Godly Shark Princess was also studying Yan Fengfeng. She could already tell that Yan Fengfeng was not a human, but a beast body just like her. The difference was that the Godly Shark Princess had already reached rank 10, while Yan Fengfeng was only at rank 9. The 2 were only 1 rank apart, but she did not dare to underestimate Yan Fengfeng. From Yan Fengfeng's body, she could sense that kind of noble qi. It was not hard to imagine that Yan Fengfeng's real body must be very powerful. Once she showed her real body, her battling power would increase drastically. The two looked at each other, but did not say anything. They flew toward the tower, one after another, disappearing from the entrance of the first floor within a blink of an eye. As the sun rose up, more and more famous young warriors arrived. There were Lan Xieching, Lin Tian, Lin Ku, Luo Haisong, Hai Wuya, as well as Duguju, Bai Minghui, and Chu Zhongtian. Right after them, Dantai Mingyue, who was wearing red robes and had a red veil on her face, had also arrived. So many people, almost all of the famous young martial geniuses, are here. On top of two big trees, not far away stood three people, Jing Aoshuan, Li Xiaoyan, and Li Xiaoyan's girlfriend, Uxin. Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyan were already master-level warriors, and Li Xiaoyan's girlfriend, Uxin, seemed to have started to train Jin Yuan as well. Right now, she was at mid-astral reaching realm. In just a couple of years, she had managed to reach this level from someone who did not train Jin Yuan at all. It was all thanks to her powerful soul, and her mental attack power was even more unbelievable. She was born with a high cultivation, and with Li Xiaoyan's support, it would not be an exaggeration for her to reach mid-astral reaching realm. After all, Uxin mainly trained mental power, and Jin Yuan was only used to strengthen her body for her. With our power, the fourth floor is too dangerous. Let's just stay on the third floor. Jing Aoshuan had never given up. Sooner or later, she would become one of the top young martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region. But now was not the time. Her comprehensive ability and talent were not the best in the whole continent, and her body talent was not as good as Chu Zhongtian's as well. Therefore, all that was left for her was hard work. Li Xiaoyan was the same as Jing Aoshuan. He was very open-minded. The third floor is not bad either. The chance of getting top-rank weapons is not small. If we are lucky, we might even get a set of top-rank weapons. The first floor of the tower only had top-rank weapons. The second floor had a certain chance of getting top-rank weapons, and the third floor had an even higher chance of getting top-rank weapons. There was even a small chance of getting a whole set of top-rank weapons. As for the fourth floor, there was a chance of getting half-extreme rank weapons and a whole set of top-rank weapons. However, it was also quite dangerous. Only top master-level warriors would be able to protect themselves. If they were unlucky, even top master-level warriors would fall, and normal master-level warriors would not be able to make it out alive. After the three of them entered the tower, from the south, two human figures walked over hand in hand. It was indeed Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng. So this is the tower. It was Yi Chen's first time coming here. Murong Qingcheng said, "Don't you feel that this tower is like an artifact? However, it is much more powerful." Yeah, Yi Chen had also sensed that the tower was emitting a seven-colored light that was similar to the vibration of a great artifact. However, that vibration had already solidified into a bright light, which was even more powerful than the extreme rank weapons. It was hard to imagine what kind of thing it was. No wonder even life and death realm warriors could not get in. Shoo! A beam of gold light shot over. Yi Chen turned his head and looked over, then said, "Xia Hozuan is here." Xia Hozuan was wearing a gold robe and a gold crown on his head, which was very similar to Bai Minghui, who was wearing a silver robe and crown. However, compared to Bai Minghui, Xia Hozuan looked even more aggressive. As his eyes opened and closed, the gold light shone everywhere. That aggressive aura of his had not decreased even after losing to Bai Wuxue. It was obvious that Xia Hozuan had recognized Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was the only martial genius who had made it into the master-level warrior ranking besides the top 5 young warriors. It would be a lie if Xia Hozuan said that he did not know him. However, it was only an acquaintance, and he did not pay too much attention to Yi Chun. For him, the top 5 young warriors would be unshakable in the next couple of years, even if they were powerful martial geniuses. That Lin Tian, who had the highest chance of making it to the top, had challenged Xiao Chuha, but the result was that he could not even handle 3 attacks when Xiao Chuha was slightly serious. Therefore, right now, Yi Chun was not worth Xia Hozuan's attention. Without any hesitation, Xia Hozuan's body flashed like a beam of gold lightning as he flew into the entrance of the tower's first floor. "Let's go in as well." Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng entered the tower together. There was a universe inside the tower, and the first floor contained a small world, which was a world of fire and lava. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but dark red and bright lava everywhere. The heat was so hot that any astral-reaching realm warrior would probably be roasted to death inside. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not feel good under the protection of their protective Zhenyuan, and their bodies would start to sweat. So hot! Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng had just entered when they felt the temperature change drastically, reaching a horrifying level, putting up their protective Zhenyuan layer. The two finally felt a bit better. Luckily, we can leave any time we want or go to the second floor. Otherwise, if we stay here for a couple of months, our bodies would definitely collapse. The two flew for a while, and they could occasionally see 1 or 2 human figures. One of them had an ice element Zhenyuan layer, and did not seem to be uncomfortable at all. Yi Chun chuckled and continued to move forward. Above the world of fire was a red chi flow. Occasionally, there would be red meteors falling from the sky, rubbing against the air and bringing up burning waves of fire. The higher they went, the denser the meteors were. Although Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng could handle it, they did not want to suffer like this. Therefore, the two kept close to the lava lake as they moved forward, maintaining a height of 100 meters. Swoosh! A wave appeared on the surface of the lava lake as a fire element beast with red scales all over its body jumped out, biting toward Murong Qingcheng, who was the closest to it. Boom! Murong Qingcheng threw out a palm attack onto the beast's head, pushing it into the lava lake. This defense is very powerful. Murong Qingcheng frowned. She had used 50 to 60% of her power in that palm attack, but it still could not hurt the beast at all. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the beast's defense was. It seemed like the first floor of the tower would not be that easy to get through. Without the power of spirit warriors, it would be hard to move forward. We're at the entrance of the second floor. Yi Chun saw a white door in the air in front of him, releasing waves of cold air. Shwa! The two jumped into the door. Hoo, 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 the cold wind was biting cold, and the snow was everywhere. If the first floor was a world of fire, then the second floor was a world of ice and snow. The temperature suddenly changed from burning hot to extreme cold. It was like the 9 heavens of ice and fire. In the white sky, the two seemed very small, and under the cover of the snow, they could barely be seen. Crack! An ice elemental snake-type beast drilled out of the ground and jumped up. It opened its mouth and spat out a cold Yao Qi. Caught off guard, they were about to be caught off guard. Taking out the gold sword, Yi Chun casually chopped off the head of the ice snake. Ice spirit, high-rank weapon. The ice snake was not a normal beast, but a life form formed from ice elemental chi. Therefore, chopping off its head would not kill it. Moreover, from the ice snake's wound, a beam of light suddenly shot out. It was a high-rank weapon. Grabbing the high-rank weapon, Yi Chun said curiously, could it be that the beasts inside the tower would hide their weapons in their bodies? Yi Chun guessed wrong. The weapons inside the tower were not fixed. Maybe by breaking an ice mountain, one would be able to find a weapon inside. If one went underground, one would also be able to find a weapon As for the bodies of beasts, there were very few weapons, and this ice snake was an exception. Chapter 632. Although the second layer of the ice world might have a chance to get top-rank weapons, Yi Chun and Murong Qingsheng did not care about that, so they went straight to the entrance of the third layer. The first two layers were the fire world and the ice world, but the third layer was different. The whole place was filled with crystal clear qi flow, which was as thick as water, covering every inch of the space. Besides this crystal clear qi flow, there was no yuan qi in the third layer. Without yuan qi, it meant that the warriors could not convert the natural yuan qi into zhan yuan, which made it a dangerous place. No yuan qi, but full of treasure qi? Yi Chun could tell that this crystal clear qi flow was extremely rare treasure qi. Back in the crafting room on the Treasure River Island, he had collected some of it and stored it in his storage ring, using it to nourish his Thunder Disaster Sword and Gold Sword. After all, the weapons had their own durability. After a long time or two intense collisions, they would still be damaged. Some of the minor damages could not be seen with the naked eye and could only be repaired with treasure qi. Besides, treasure qi could also improve the weapon's quality to a certain extent. For example, a normal top-rank weapon might become a mid- or top-rank weapon after being nourished by treasure qi for a long time. Murong Qingsheng flew out a couple of miles, then turned back and said with a frown, "The speed is only about 50% of the outside world. The third layer is already this powerful. I am afraid the fourth layer would be even worse." Although the third layer was not life-threatening for top master-level warriors, it was only when they used all of their power. If they were not careful enough, there was still a small chance that they would die. Yeah, flying at a low altitude, Yi Chun lifted up his head, and the wide gold sword on his waist suddenly took out of its scabbard. Dang! The gold sword blocked out the sudden treasure light attack. Yi Chen's body shook a little, and he could not help but fall down. Eventually, he landed on the ground steadily. Such a powerful attack. Even if it was not at the top master level, it was at least 60 to 70% of a top master level warrior's attacking power. I was caught off guard, so I did not even get to use 50% of my power. There was only one danger in the treasure qi world, which was the treasure light attacks that could appear at any time. These treasure light attacks were made of highly compressed treasure qi, and the surroundings were filled with treasure qi. The attacks were silent, and even soul power would not be able to detect them. The good thing was that the treasure light attacks were not dense, and it was the first time for the two of them. "Are you all right?" The treasure light attack was too sudden. Murong Qingsheng tilted her head and realized that Yi Chun had disappeared. In terms of danger perception, she was still a notch lower than Yi Chun. Yi Chun said, "It's nothing. The treasure aura in the air is too dense. It's affecting my perception. It's best if we go a bit lower. This way, there shouldn't be too much danger." The higher one went in the treasure qi world, the denser the treasure qi, and the weaker the soul power. But at the bottom, the treasure qi was very thin, and the resistance was also very small. Just as Yi Chun had guessed, flying close to the ground reduced the danger by more than half. If there was a treasure light rushing over, the two of them would be able to sense it in advance. They could either dodge, shatter, or accelerate. There were many ways to deal with it, unlike the first time. We've reached the entrance to the fourth floor. Roughly 2 hours later, the two of them found the entrance to the fourth floor. It was a gate condensed from precious energy, and it was extremely gorgeous. Buzz! Just as the two of them were about to reach the entrance, the treasure qi on both sides of the gate suddenly condensed together, forming into two living beings. The living beings were humanoid, almost 3 meters tall. Their eyes were like diamonds shining with a sharp light. Boom! The living being on the left flashed its body, throwing out a punch towards Yi Chun. The powerful fist wind was like a bone-piercing steel blade. It was very condensed. Gold pattern. Yi Chun did not have the time to waste with his opponent, so he directly used his killing attack. He waved his gold sword, and the gold pattern spread out, looking very beautiful. Boom, 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 boom. How could the living being withstand the attack of the gold pattern? It collapsed instantly, turning back into the crystal-clear treasure chi. On the other side, Murong Qingcheng was also fighting with the living being. Flying sky assassination cut. Spreading his black bat wings, Murong Qingcheng's speed increased to a new level. Suddenly, there seemed to be more than 100 of him, attacking the living being from all directions. Every 3 attacks, there would be a wound on the living being's body, causing it to shake violently. However, although the living being was not as powerful as a top master-level warrior, it was very close. The flying sky assassination cut seemed to be very efficient, but it was not powerful enough to severely injure the living being. Swoosh! Let me take care of it. Yi Chun could tell that Murong Qingcheng would need a long time to take care of the living being. His body flashed, and his gold sword sliced out like it was slicing through the clouds. Swoosh! This time, Yi Chun used the spiritual sword art. The living being did not even have time to react before its head was cut off. What surprised Yi Chun was that the living being did not disappear. Its head reattached, and it continued to fight with Murong Qingcheng, not caring about Yi Chun at all. Could this be a test? I have to take care of this living being on my own. Yi Chun looked confused, and he stopped attacking. Seeing that Yi Chun's attacks were not working, Murong Qingcheng knew that she had to take care of it on her own. In order to not waste time, Murong Qingcheng first performed the dark sky curtain to stop the living being for a second. Then, she opened her black bat wings to their limit. Streams of black light flowed through her bat wings and into her body. Finally, they gathered at the tip of her finger. Sky Demon Finger. She pointed out her finger, and the black finger power landed on the living being's chest. A black sun rose up, and the living being was turned into nothingness. After taking a few deep breaths, Murong Qingcheng said, "Let's go in." The Sky Demon Finger was a martial art she inherited from the demons after she awakened her talent. It needed to use the special power of the black bat wings on her back. Every time she used it, it would be consumed. She rarely used it unless she had no other choice. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them entered the 4th floor. Waiting until the two had left, a couple of human figures appeared nearby. That Yi Chun is so powerful. I could not even handle one attack from this living being, and he managed to kill it within seconds. Plus, the first attack was already so aggressive, and the second attack was so fast that there was no trace of it at all. Both of them were extremely horrifying killing attacks. This is so powerful. Yeah, we have been watching here for a long time. A lot of the young warriors who had entered the 4th floor had used their killing attacks. Not to mention the top 5 young warriors, that Bai Minghui and Dugaju, are also very powerful. They did not even bother to look at it before killing the living being with only one attack. Yan Fengfeng's power has been underestimated by everyone. She did not even change her body. But with just a flap of her fire wings, the living being had been burned into nothingness. These people had been hiding nearby the whole time. For them, seeing the top young warriors perform their killing attacks might give them some inspiration and allow them to create their own powerful attacks. They did not expect to be as powerful as Yi Chun and the rest, but as long as they could beat the young warriors at the same level, it would be enough. The 4th floor was an extremely dangerous place. The treasure chi in this place was not that rich, and the visibility was very high. But As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of treasure chi living beings of different levels. The energy vibration coming from them varied in strength. The weakest one was equivalent to the one guarding the entrance of the fourth floor, while the most powerful one was not any weaker than the barbarian who had chased after Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng before. It was almost at the half-step king warrior level. Bastard, he has been chasing me for thousands of miles. All of the warriors who had come to the fourth floor were top young warriors, but the scene was extremely chaotic. Some of them had joined hands to fight against the living beings, while some of them were fighting alone. There were even some who were being chased by the living beings and had to run for their lives. Yeah, this living being is holding a top-rank weapon. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng had just arrived at the fourth floor when they were attacked by a living being. It was almost 3 meters tall, holding a dark blue long spear in its hand. The vibration of a weapon was extremely intense, and the tip of the spear was extremely sharp. Awoo! The living being screamed and attacked toward the two. Yi Chen's expression did not change as he held the gold sword in his right hand and waved it gently. The sword chi was like a gentle breeze, and it reached the living being within a second. Crack! The head of the living being was blown into the sky, having been killed within a second. Although it was called a living being, it was actually more like an energy body, since it did not have a soul. It was just that it was covered by the rules of the tower and had naturally formed a body to attack living beings. Therefore, as long as the attack power was high enough, it could be killed within a second. Of course, if the attack power was not high enough, then even 100 attacks would not be enough, since it would absorb the natural treasure chi to heal itself. After killing the living being that was attacking them, Yi Chun waved his left hand, and the dark blue long spear that had fallen to the ground flew over and landed in his hand. It is indeed a top-rank weapon. Yi Chun studied the long spear for a while before putting it into his storage ring. After that, the two did not run into any other living beings with weapons. It seemed like it was just like what Murong Jishui had said. Coming to the treasure holy tower would depend on one's luck. If one's luck was not good, then one might end up with nothing. But if one's luck was good, then one might be able to get a semi-extreme rank weapon. Boom! Inside a massive valley, Yen Fengfeng studied the treasure chi life form in front of her with a serious expression. This life form was very small, only about 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall. Its body shone with a diamond-like light, which was a couple of times more powerful than normal life forms. The luxurious blue armor on the living being's body was giving off a very powerful vibration. It was actually a semi-extreme rank defensive armor. Yen Fengfeng's attacks had all been blocked out by the blue armor, and she had not been able to hurt the living being at all. Instead, she had been punched once. Shriek! With a roar, Yen Fengfeng shot into the sky while an endless blue light shone out of her body. Waiting until the light disappeared, a massive blue phoenix appeared in the sky above the valley. That burning blue flame wrapped around the phoenix, and even its eyeballs were burning. Hoo! She flapped her wings, and that blue flame wave was brought up along with a powerful wind, blowing away the living being. Meanwhile, the phoenix turned into a beam of blue flame and appeared above the living being within a second. Its massive claws grabbed onto it, and with a pull, both of the living being's arms had been torn off. It was not over yet. The phoenix pecked with its beak, and the head of the living being had also been pierced through. The next second, the living being disappeared completely. Just when Yen Fengfeng was about to grab onto the blue armor, a shooting star finger power shot over, blowing away the armor. Ha! My luck is not bad. I have only been here for a while, and I have already run into a semi-extreme rank weapon. On the wall of the valley, a young man in gold robes appeared. It was indeed Xia Hozuan. The blue phoenix spat out human eyes. Xia Hozuan, what do you mean? Treasures belong to those with power. You should know this. Chapter 633. Half-step extreme-grade artifacts were not that easy to obtain among the geniuses of Sky Marshal region, and even the whole continent, there weren't many who possessed half-step extreme-grade artifacts. Most importantly, half-step extreme-grade artifacts had their own differences. Generally speaking, defensive artifacts were at least twice as valuable as offensive artifacts. Currently, the number of people who possessed half-step extreme-grade defensive artifacts did not exceed one's fingers, and Lin Tian was one of them. During the battle at the Nine-Dragon Lake, if Xia Hozuan had a semi-extreme rank defensive weapon, then Bai Wushue's last attack would not have wounded him so badly. Therefore, this semi-extreme rank defensive weapon in front of him was something that Xia Hozuan had to get. Shriek. The blue phoenix did not say anything more to Xia Hozuan. She flapped her wings that were covered in blue flame and caught up to the blue armor that had been blown away. She then threw out a claw attack. You are looking for death. The things that I have my eyes on, no one has ever been able to take them away from me. Although Xia Hozuan's speed was not as fast as the blue phoenix, which was Yen Fengfeng, but the shooting star finger power that he had shot out was more than enough. It was like the most shooting star shower in the past thousands of years. Among all the shooting star finger powers, there was also a massive bright comet that was even faster and more aggressive than the shooting star finger power. It attacked toward the blue phoenix, who had been possessed by the flame. With this much shooting star finger power, even the top 5 young warriors would not dare to use their protective Xin Yuan to take it on, not to mention that there was still another one that was 10 times more powerful and aggressive than the shooting star finger power. Yen Fengfeng knew that if she did not care about it, she would indeed be able to get the blue armor. But she would be wounded as well, and that was only because she was a blue phoenix. If it were the top 5 young warriors, they would definitely be wounded more severely than her. Once wounded, she would not be Xia Hozuan's opponent at all, and she would not be able to increase her speed. Therefore, she could only try to dodge, using her extreme speed to dodge. Shoo! A blue fire line flashed once as Yen Fengfeng dodged the incoming finger power. In the next second, the valley beside her seemed to have been eroded by the wind, completely disappearing. That comet finger power had even created an immeasurably deep pit on the ground, going all the way down to the bottom. After forcing back Yen Fengfeng, Xia Hozuan's body suddenly moved as he reached out to grab the blue armor. Major Phoenix cut. Yen Fengfeng was not someone who did not know how to fight back. She flapped her wings, and 2 massive flame beams tore through the sky. One of them was attacking in front of Xia Hozuan, while the other was attacking toward him. As long as he continued to move forward, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not get wounded. How dare you? Xia Hozuan was furious. He reached out his left index finger and pointed in the air. All of a sudden, an endless gravitational force appeared 3 feet away from his fingertip. That fire stream was still able to maintain its shape when it was far away, but once it got closer, it would be pulled down by that gravitational force and condensed into a blue light ball. The ball was getting bigger and bigger, which meant that more and more energy was being pulled over. Puff! The fire attack that was attacking towards Xia Hozuan suddenly disappeared like a bubble, while the other one was only left with 1/3 of its original size. It clashed with Xia Hozuan, who was still moving forward, the intense fire wave almost burning the entire sky. It seemed like a lot of movements, but it had all happened within a second. Although Xia Hozuan had taken care of one of the fire attacks with his star nuclear finger art, the second one had been broken down by him as well. But Yen Fengfeng's real body was extremely powerful, and the power contained in those 2 fire attacks was even more powerful than Bai Wushue's. Therefore, Xia Hozuan's star nuclear finger art did not even have the time to pull them all out before he was blown away by the remaining fire attack. Go! Explode! Within the fire wave, Xia Hozuan's voice was heard. That blue light ball that was floating in the air shot toward Yan Feng like a shadow before exploding violently. A massive mushroom cloud of fire covered the entire sky, and the whole valley had been destroyed by that aggressive blast wave. Shoo! Yan Fengfeng's speed was unparalleled in the world. Since she had moved first, the blast wave could not catch up with her immediately. By the time the blast wave had caught up with her, its power had already been reduced by 90%. The remaining 10% could only shake her body a couple of times and drop 1 or 2 feathers. Her phoenix eyes turned blue as she stared at Xia Hozuan, who was walking out of the fire wave. Xia Hozuan was fine, and the weakened fire attack would not be able to break through his protective Zhen Yuan to hurt him. All right, she is indeed the blue phoenix. Her beast Yuan is so powerful that even my star nuclear finger art could not handle it completely. Xia Hozuan looked a bit serious. Before, his star nuclear finger art was able to suppress Bai Wuxue, and he thought that it would be easy for him to deal with Yan Fengfeng. But who would have thought that Yan Fengfeng and Bai Wuxue would be completely different? The beast Yuan inside her body was extremely powerful, and the fire attack that she had shot out contained a terrifying amount of power. On the other hand, his star nuclear finger art had its limit and could not handle endless power. To put it simply, Yan Fengfeng, who had a huge amount of beast Yuan, would not be suppressed by his star nuclear finger art. Yan Fengfeng said lightly, Xia Hozuan, since this semi-extreme rank defensive item was discovered by me first, then no matter who it is, they would not be able to get it for free. You can try. Oh, you can handle my star nuclear finger art, but I wonder if you can handle my void-shattering finger art. The star nuclear finger art was not an attacking martial art, and the void-shattering finger art was Xia Hozuan's most powerful attacking martial art. Even Bai Wuxue would have to use all of his power to handle it. Of course, Yan Fengfeng flapped her wings at an even higher frequency. That burning blue flame burned the air like boiling water, seeming like it would shatter at any second. She was very clear about the power of the void-shattering finger art. Not only did it have a high attacking power, but it was also very fast. In other words, among the top 5 young warriors, Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger art was the most troublesome one for her. Of course, if she wanted to leave, then she would not be afraid of anyone. But now was not the time. Xia Hozuan's expression turned cold. He had decided to teach Yan Fengfeng a lesson. In his opinion, besides the other 4 of the top 5 young warriors, no one would dare to go against him. At the same time, Yan Fengfeng was also ready to explode at any second. Although she was very fast, her opponent was still one of the top 5 young warriors. While the atmosphere was tense, the distant sky was suddenly dyed a sparkling green. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a piece of green jade. A majestic wave swept out in all directions, causing the space to tremble and ripples to ripple like water. The 4th level palace has appeared. Xia Hozuan's expression changed as he hesitated a bit. Yan Fengfeng had also seen the change in the distance. But before she left, she had to get that blue armor, since it belonged to her. Yan Fengfeng, I will let you go this time. But if we meet again in the future, I will definitely fight with you. After saying that, Xia Hozuan did not linger for the blue armor anymore. His gold light flashed once as he flew toward the source of the vibration. Soon, he pushed his speed to its limit and disappeared into the sky. Letting out a deep breath, Yan Fengfeng's body suddenly shrunk and turned into her human form. She dove down and grabbed the blue armor. The first level of the tower is open all year round, and the second level will only open in the second year, which is only for 1 month. The third level will open in the third year, which is also for 1 month. Within this month, the second, third, and fourth levels will all be connected. After this month, the second, third, and fourth levels will all be closed and will only open in the fifth year. But the fourth level palace is where the essence is, and the chance of getting semi-extreme rank weapons or a whole set of top rank weapons is the highest. There is no reason for me to give it up. Yan Fengfeng had not been to the fourth level palace yet. Shoo! Yan Fengfeng flew toward the direction where Xia Hozuan had left. After a couple of days, Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing had only gotten 2 top-rank weapons, one from the second-level world, and the other from the third-level world. Although the top-rank weapons were great, but the 2 already had them, so they did not care about them at all. Their purpose for coming here was to get a semi-extreme rank weapon. It seems like we have not had much luck lately, Yi Chun said helplessly. Murong Qingqing was about to say something when she suddenly noticed that the sky had changed color. It had turned into a green jade. Look over there. Perhaps the fourth level palace has appeared. Yi Chen's eyes shrunk. Before coming here, Murong Jishui had told them that there would be a palace on each level. Although there were not that many weapons inside, most of them were top quality. But right now, it was no longer about luck but power. Without enough power, one would not have the right to get a share. Let's go. The 2 did not stop and flew out. The majestic palace stood tall on the ground. The color of the palace wasn't green. Instead, it was crystal clear, as if it was condensed from the aura of treasures. However, the light emitted by the palace wasn't crystal clear. Instead, it was an extremely pure emerald green. There were a lot of people gathered in front of the palace. They were all famous young warriors of this true spirit continent, such as Du Guju, Bai Minghui, Dantai Mingyue, Lin Tian, and Lan Xieqing. Shoo! 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 Countless human figures flew over. There were the top 5 young warriors, as well as some unknown but extremely powerful young warriors. They seemed to be the same as Bai Minghui, who had just arrived in the Sky Martial region and was still trying to make a name for themselves. Seeing so many powerful warriors, Lin Tian and the rest's expression changed slightly, not to mention the top 5 young warriors. Where did all these top young warriors come from? They had not even seen some of them before. It seemed like this true spirit continent was not as simple as it seemed. All the hidden warriors had shown up one after another. Everyone stayed outside and did not enter the palace. It was not that they did not want to go in, but the outer layer of the palace was covered with a green crystal-like light layer. It was extremely thick and would not be that easy to break through. Sneering, the sword master Lu Xiaoyu attacked first. Once his great sword was taken out of its scabbard, sword qi spread out everywhere, cutting onto the green light layer. However, the green light layer did not make any noise. Instead, beams of soft and tough green silk shot out of the layer, battling with the sword qi. Although the sword qi was extremely sharp and had cut the green silk into pieces, the green silk kept coming back from the green light layer, so it did not have much of an effect. Bai Wushue's expression did not change, as he said, "This is the palace's restrictive spell. Only by breaking it will we be able to enter. Everyone, let's attack together." As he spoke, Bai Wushue threw out a palm attack. That powerful palm power landed directly on the green light layer. All of a sudden, countless green silk shot out to cancel out that palm power, reducing it by 50 to 60%. With Lu Xiaoyu and Bai Wushue attacking, the rest of the warriors did not hesitate anymore. They all performed their martial arts and attacked the green light layer. Of course, no one used their ace attacks, since they were their ace attacks. Plus, there was no yuan qi in the fourth level world, and the Zhen yuan that was used up would be depleted sooner or later. If they used pellets to make up for it, it would not last long, and it might even lower the purity of the Zhen yuan. Chapter 634. When Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng arrived, there were already 20 people there. Besides the top 5 young warriors and Duguju and the rest, they did not recognize most of them. But judging from the way they were attacking the palace, they were no weaker than Lin Tian and Lan Xiecheng, and some of them were even more powerful. Seeing Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng arrive, a lot of people turned their heads to look at them. Yan Fengfeng and Chu Zhongtian were among them as well. Yan Fengfeng nodded at Yi Chun before continuing to attack the palace. Let's attack as well. Yi Chun took out his gold sword and shot out a beam of sword qi toward the green light layer. Murong Qingcheng followed, right behind him, throwing out a punch as well. Boom, 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 boom. 20 people worked together to attack the green light layer, which started to shake a little. There were patterns on the surface of the layer that looked like water. After a while, the green light layer did not seem to be broken at all. It seemed like it would be able to last for a long time. Before, everyone did not want to waste their Zhen yuan, but as time passed, they all started to realize that if it continued like this, it would only be a waste of Zhen yuan. So they might as well use their ace attacks together to break through the green light layer. Right then, it was still Bai Wuxue who stood out. He said, "Right now, we all know about the situation. If we do not use our ace attacks together, I am afraid that we will not be able to break through the restriction even after today. How about this? I will count to 3, and we will all work together to use our ace attacks. Does anyone have any objections?" "I agree. I have no objections. Let's do as you say." Bai Wuxue's words had obviously been approved by everyone. Hearing him, Bai Wuxue nodded. "All right, everyone get ready. 1, 2, 3. After Bai Wuxue said those 3 words, the 20-odd people all executed their best moves. A huge ancient tree appeared around Bai Wuxue. The ancient tree only had 1 branch. The branch gave off a bright green light, like a huge spike. When it struck the green light barrier, it exploded forth with a piercing green light. Xia Hozuan performed his comet finger with both of his hands. 2 millstone-sized comet finger powers shot out, bringing up a bright flame tail as it landed on the green light shield. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and unleashed 4 to 46 sword strikes in a row. Every single sword strike was powerful enough to split a mountain. When they were combined together, the momentum was vast and the sword energy was peerless. Xiao Chuha held the blade with both of his hands and groaned. The muscles on his chest expanded as he threw out a blade attack toward that green light layer, seeming to be able to split the ocean. The most mysterious godly shark princess's long hair danced in the wind. Her cold and elegant face did not contain a trace of emotion. She struck out with a godly shark fist force, which was indescribably fierce. Yi Chun, who was the furthest away, did not plan to get away with it. But of course, he would not perform his ace attack either. Instead, he performed his gold resonant radiance sword art. A mass of sword qi shot out, cutting on the green light layer and shattering a lot of the green strings. Murong Qingcheng did not have any ace attacks besides her sky demon finger, which would consume her special power. So, there was no need to waste it here. Therefore, she threw out a palm blade attack, the black blade power working with Yi Chun to attack the green light layer together. As for the rest of the people, they all performed their ace attacks together. Among them, Yan Fengfeng, Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, and Bai Minghui were the most eye-catching ones. Among the top young warriors that they did not know, there were 2 or 3 powerful warriors who had attracted a lot of attention. Boom! 20 people performed their ace attacks together, which was extremely powerful. Without any exaggeration, even a half-step king warrior would have to avoid it, not daring to face it head-on. All of a sudden, the green light layer started to shake intensely, twisting crazily. After a loud explosion, the green light layer was shattered and turned into nothingness. It has been broken. Seeing that the green light layer had been broken, everyone relaxed a little. Shoo! Xia Hozuan was the fastest. The second the green light layer was broken, his whole body turned into a beam of gold light and shot out toward the open door of the palace. Seeing that Xia Hozuan had taken the lead, at least half of the people did not even think before pushing their zhenyuan, turning into beams of light and flying over. Who? At this moment, 6 sparkling and translucent balls of light suddenly appeared in the air in front of the palace. The sparkling and translucent balls of light were arranged in a 6-way formation. After a slight tremble, they shot out streaks of translucent blades of air. The 6 balls of light combined together and shot out a large number of blades of air. They were densely packed and dazzling. Dang! Being caught off guard, Xia Hozuan was hit by 7 to 8 chi blades. The attacking power of these chi blades was extremely powerful, much more powerful than the treasure light in the 3rd floor. It was almost equivalent to 80% of a top master-level warrior's attack. Therefore, even Xia Hozuan had to back out dozens of steps, his face turning pale a little. Seeing that there were even more chi blades coming at him, Xia Hozuan's expression finally changed. Point at the sky. Using his finger power, Xia Hozuan drew a circle around his body. That transparent space pattern was attracted out of his body, blocking out the chi blades. Using the space pattern to protect his body, Xia Hozuan pushed his zhenyuan and entered the palace through those chi blades. The people following behind him did not have it that good. How they had gone in and how they had come back, they were all in a bad shape. Everyone be careful. Bai Wuxue was rather kind. After reminding the crowd, his figure flashed as he flew towards the palace's doors. Along the way, the chi blades attacked him frantically. However, they were all blocked by the shield of life, unable to injure him at all. Thus, he became the 2nd person to enter the palace. Then, Lu Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuha also entered the palace. However, the godly shark princess that Yi Chun had seen for the first time was extremely powerful. She had used her protective zhenyuan to get into the palace. It was not hard to tell how powerful her defense was. Yi Chun, I will go first. Yan Fengfeng's speed was unparalleled in the world. That blue flame flashed once, and her whole body traveled through the dense chi blades. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 chi blades that got close to her, but they would all be shattered by her claw attack. In the next second, her body had already disappeared into the palace door. More and more people had entered. Du Guju, Dantai Mingyue, and Bai Minghui had all entered. Those powerful young warriors that he did not know had also entered the palace. There were less than 10 people left. Let's go in. You follow behind me. If Murong Qingcheng used her demon power essence, those chi blades would be nothing. But Yi Chun would not let her use her demon power essence. Ting, ting, dang, dang. Then a strange scene happened. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng rushed toward the gate of the palace, one after another. Yi Chun, who was in the front, had an unimaginably fast sword art. He waved out his sword, and in the situation where no sword shadow could be seen, all of the chi blades had been sliced open, unable to get close to him. Meanwhile, Murong Qingcheng followed behind him like a shadow. Shoo! The second they got close to the door, Murong Qingcheng flapped her black bat wings and flashed into the palace. Yi Chen saw Morong Qingqing enter, so his body turned into a sword light, traveling through the gaps between the qi blades. Eventually, he arrived at the door of the palace and stepped in. Using sword arts to block out the qi blades, the remaining 7 or 8 young warriors looked at each other. The attacking speed of the qi blades was so fast that the rest of them could only rely on defense to enter the palace. Only Yi Chen had relied on his sword arts. Lin Tian's face was full of bitterness. It seemed like it would be impossible for him to get back at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's improvement was so fast that he could not catch up at all. Lan Xieqing, who had also lost to Yi Chen, squinted his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 635. This is the inside of the palace. The situation inside the palace was different from what Yi Chen had expected. He was only 1 step slower than Morong Qingqing, and when he entered, he could not see Morong Qingqing anymore. Besides Morong Qingqing, no one else could be seen. What was in front of him was a tunnel that was sealed off from all sides, giving off an oppressive feeling. Looking back, he could not see the door of the palace at all. It seemed like he had suddenly appeared in a tunnel. There was a tunnel in front of him, and there was another tunnel behind him. Strange. Yi Chen frowned as his forehead popped up, and he let out his soul power. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. The restriction of soul power inside the palace was surprisingly strong. With Yi Chen's soul power that was 5 times more powerful than normal people's, it could only cover 500 meters, which was 250 meters in radius. If it were a normal person, it would only cover 100 meters. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen withdrew his soul power and thought to himself, within 500 meters, there are countless tunnels. It is like a maze, and the walls are about 1 meter thick. I wonder how strong they are. Taking out his gold sword, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack on the wall on his left. Shoo! A sword mark that was a couple of inches deep was left on the wall, and the silver powder was scattered everywhere. Normal attacks are almost useless. Indeed, if he performed his ace attacks, the power would be a couple of times more powerful than normal attacks. But Yi Chen did not know where he was exactly. Even if he managed to break through the wall, it would be like going from one tunnel to another, which would be pointless. Never mind, I will explore the way first. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen walked toward the tunnel in front of him. Why is there so many tunnels in this palace? Where should I go? Situ Hao was a top young warrior who had just started to show up. Although the Situ family that he was from was not as powerful as the top 4 families, it was still a rank 5 family with thousands of years of history. This time, the opening of the 4th floor of the tower was a rare opportunity for him. As long as he could get his hands on a semi-extreme rank item, his power would increase even more. Besides the top 5 young warriors, no one else would be able to compete with him, including the number 1 warrior under the top 5 young warriors, Yi Chen. I already have a semi-extreme grade greatsword, so I just need a semi-extreme grade defensive armor. Semi-extreme grade attacking artifacts were not that rare, unless it was some gloves or the like. However, semi-extreme grade defensive artifacts were definitely rare. Even a rank 5 power might not have one. The passageway was not a straight line, but rather a winding one. After turning a corner, Situ Hao kept walking. When he reached the end, he naturally turned again. Is it a room? A joyful expression flashed through Situ Hao's face. In his sight, there was a door 300 meters ahead on the left side, with a dim light shining out from inside. There must be an artifact. I hope it's a semi-extreme grade defensive artifact. His heart was beating fast for a couple of times. Situ Hao swallowed his saliva and quickly walked towards the door of the room. Not good. There are footsteps. Situ Hao heard the footsteps, which were very close. The next second, a young man in blue robes walked out from the corner, less than 10 meters away from the door. Room. It was indeed Yi Chun. He had been walking in the passageway for a long time and had almost gotten dizzy. He was not walking in this direction at first, but after hearing the light footsteps, he walked over. And the footsteps that he had heard were naturally Situ Hao's. Yi Chun, right? I found this room first. In order to avoid trouble, you should leave as soon as possible. Situ Hao had naturally never seen Yi Chun before, but he had heard people describe Yi Chun's appearance. For example, blue robes were one of the symbols of Yi Chun. Yi Chun said, "Everyone who enters the palace is looking for treasures. Seeing the treasures does not mean that they are yours. Plus, you haven't even seen the treasures yet. It seems like you have never heard that one more friend is better than one more enemy." Situ Hao's face darkened as he placed his right hand on the sword handle. His palm slowly tightened, and that sharp sword aura shot out toward Yi Chun, who was right in front of him. Whether we are friends or not, it is not up to me to decide. It should be between the two of us. Yi Chun could tell that this Situ Hao was one of the most powerful warriors among the top young warriors, and he would probably not be weaker than Bai Minghui. This time, the opening of the 4th floor of the tower had attracted all of the top young warriors who had been hiding in the dark. So, he did not dare to be careless, since some of the more powerful ace attacks would still be quite threatening. All right, everyone says that you are the #1 warrior, just below the top 5 young warriors. Today, I, Situ Hao, will see if you have the right to be called that. 3 extreme sword. Situ Hao's first attack was already his ace attack. He took out his long sword and waved it out. 3 beams of sword chi interweaved together, filling up the whole tunnel. Besides, Yi Chun could vaguely sense that there were thousands of strands of sword chi interweaved together like silk. Luckily, his perception was powerful enough. Otherwise, if he tried to pass through those gaps, he would be in big trouble for sure. Gold pattern. Yi Chun did not intend to fight for a long time either, so he also used his ace attack. The gentle gold pattern was like a stone being thrown into a lake, spreading out and clashing with the sword chi that had been intertwined together. Boom! There were only 2 sides of the tunnel that could release their power. Waiting for that aggressive blast wave to explode, Yi Chun took out a top-rank shield and held it in front of him. However, Situ Hao did not have it that easy. The gold pattern was obviously way more powerful and aggressive than his 3 ultimate sword attack. It had shattered his ace attack instantly. Although the gold pattern was not as powerful because of that, most of the shockwave from the collision of the 2 attacks was still directed towards him. Pooh! Before he could do anything else, Situ Hao was blown away into the sky, puking out a huge chunk of blood onto the top of the tunnel. Defensive sword spell. Something shocking happened. Situ Hao, who had been blown away, suddenly performed a sword spell and pointed out his finger at Yi Chun. As he pointed out his finger, a sword on his back automatically came out of its scabbard. With a lightning-fast speed, it flashed out and stabbed toward Yi Chun. The flying sword was way too fast, faster than most people's reaction time. If it were not Yi Chun, but some other top young warrior, there would be more than a 70% chance of being killed, and the remaining 30% would be severely wounded. What? Defensive sword spell. Yi Chun was shocked. As someone who had traveled from this world with his soul, he was very clear about the concept of the defensive sword spell. He had always thought that it was the power of a sword god. After the shock, Yi Chun performed his spiritual sword attack instinctively. Ting! A clashing sound was heard in the air. Situ Hao's deadly attack had been broken by Yi Chun. My defensive sword spell has been broken? Impossible. The smile on Situ Hao's face froze. He had already planned that even if his 3 ultimate sword could not do anything to Yi Chen with his defensive sword spell, he would be able to wound him severely and kill him. However, he did not expect that Yi Chen's gold pattern would be this powerful, and it had even wounded him quite badly. But it did not matter, since performing the defensive sword spell in this situation would be even more effective. However, he had miscalculated. Yi Chen's spiritual sword attack was extremely fast, and even his flying sword had been broken by 1 sword attack. Run! Without thinking about anything else, Situ Hao did not wait for his body to land on the ground. He pushed out his Zhen Yuan and flew out the way he came from, turning into a series of shadows. Yi Chen did not chase after him. Situ Hao's flying sword was way too fast, and Yi Chen had performed his spiritual sword attack without any preparation. His qi and blood were a bit weak, and it would be impossible for him to perform it a second time. Besides the spiritual sword attack, none of his ace attacks would be able to stop Situ Hao right away, since the distance between the 2 of them was too far. The defensive sword spell seems to be a bit different. In the beginning, Yi Chen was indeed startled. If it were the real defensive sword spell, he might have to use all of his power to deal with it. However, his opponent's defensive sword spell was not that powerful, and it was not that flexible. It could only fly in a straight line, just like a shuriken. Only its attacking power was slightly more powerful than a shuriken. The real defensive sword spell could be controlled with one's mind. Not only would it be extremely fast, it would also be able to turn in the air and attack the enemy from any angle. In this situation, unless one's defense was high enough, one would have to rely on speed to deal with it. Even if it were Yi Chen, he would have to use all of his power. But obviously, Situ Hao's defensive sword spell was different from what Yi Chen knew. It had the power, but it was not flexible enough. Of course, there was still a connection between the 2. No matter if it was Situ Hao's defensive sword spell or the one that Yi Chen knew, they were both essentially the same. The flying sword contained Zhen Yuan, which would then be activated by the soul power. Laughing at himself, Yi Chen mumbled to himself, "Warriors are warriors and sword immortals are sword immortals. I am making a big deal out of nothing." Even if there were real sword immortals, they would not be able to do much. The profound sense that the warriors from the true spirit continent had learned might not be any weaker than what I had imagined. Seriously, once a warrior from the true spirit continent reaches the sea of Soul's realm, which one of them would not have the power to break mountains. Once they reach the life and death realm, they would even have the power to break the surreal world. Plus, this is not the end yet. Calming himself down, Yi Chen started to walk into the room. The room was not that big, and there was a stone platform in the middle. A light sphere was floating on top of it, and inside it was a sky blue armor. Semi-extreme rank armor? Yi Chen was not sure, since the vibration of the armor had been blocked out by the light sphere. He could not tell the quality of the armor from the outside. Pop! He threw out a punch toward the light sphere, and a white dragon bone defensive layer appeared on the surface of his fist. The light sphere was shattered, and the sky blue armor landed on Yi Chen's hand. Boom! The intense vibration from the weapon had almost shaken up the entire space. This vibration was a couple of times more powerful than normal top-rank weapons. Only a semi-extreme rank weapon would have this kind of vibration. It is indeed a semi-extreme rank armor. Yi Chen let out a breath. Let's make the soul mark first. Only with the soul mark, the armor would be able to bring out its full potential. With this armor, Yi Chen's weakness in defense would be completely gone. Because of his talent in the soul, Yi Chen's speed of making the soul mark was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, this sky blue armor had completely become Yi Chen's personal property. Chapter 636. Muddy Sky Armor, good name. After the soul imprint was done, Yi Chun learned the name of the armor from the inside. Let's see how it works. There were differences between different armors. Some focused on frontal defense, while the side and back were weaker. Some focused on defense and reducing the impact. Taking off the gold armor, Yi Chun put on the Muddy Sky armor. Wu, activating his Zhen Yuan, a transparent eggshell chi cover appeared outside of Yi Chen's body. It was his protective Zhen Yuan. Then, the patterns on the surface of the armor lit up. Twisted blue symbols fused with the protective Zhen Yuan, seeming to have been branded on the armor without any blind spots. Yeah, it is a comprehensive defense. There are no weak spots or protruding spots. It is quite even. Yi Chun had more or less understood the features of the Muddy Sky armor. Although the Muddy Sky armor did not have any weak spots or protruding spots, Yi Chun was quite satisfied with the Muddy Sky armor on the outside and the dragon bone defensive layer on the inside. Not only did his defensive weakness disappear completely, it had also been strengthened a lot. Of course, Yi Chun also knew that for warriors, defense would never be as important as offense. Very few people would waste a lot of time on studying defensive martial arts. Because of this, defensive weapons were so important. They could allow warriors to attack without any worries, and they could fight back with their attacks. Damn it! How could this guy break my defensive sword spell? Even if his sword speed is fast, he should not be able to react in time. Situ Hao performed his body art and moved at a high speed in the tunnel. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Situ Hao finally stopped. Boom! Punching the wall, Situ Hao's face was full of unwillingness. My imperial sword technique is a secret sword technique that I obtained from the ancient ruins 3 months ago. I have never used it in front of others. I thought that the first time I used the imperial sword technique, it would have a miraculous effect, but I didn't expect to face my first failure. The defensive sword spell was not an inherited secret art of the Situ family. It was something that Situ Hao had found in an ancient ruin. After 3 months of hard training, he had finally mastered the defensive sword spell, which made him extremely confident. He thought that he could beat any one of the top 5 young warriors, and even the top 5 young warriors might not be able to beat him easily. Yi Chun, I'll remember you. However, don't think that just because you beat me once, you can beat me a second time. The imperial sword technique has a total of 3 levels. I've only cultivated to the first level. When I reach the second level, I'll use it to defeat you. His cold voice echoed in the tunnel as Situ Hao's body disappeared. From here to the room 1,000 meters away, you have to go around a series of walls before you can reach the east side of the room. The golden vertical, eye closed, and Murong Qingcheng let out a sigh of relief. She walked towards the back of the passage, and after going around in circles, she finally arrived at the passage that was connected to the room. Interesting. Can she see through walls? Around the corner, a small snake slithered out. It was a puppet snake covered in a layer of snakeskin. It looked no different from a real snake, but the only difference was that it did not have any life force. The red snake eyes moved around twice, imprinting Murong Qingcheng's back into its eyes. A few hundred meters away, Xia Hozuan smiled lightly as he walked over. Here, Murong Qingcheng arrived outside the room. HM? With her sensitive senses, Murong Qingcheng could hear a slight footstep sound. It was at least a few hundred meters away from where she was. If it were other people, they would not be able to hear it from hundreds of meters away. It was not that warriors' hearing was not as good as normal people's, but this tunnel not only restricted soul power, but also had a powerful soundproofing effect. Normally, 100 meters would be the hearing limit of Sea of Souls realm warriors. The reason why Murong Qingcheng could hear it was because she had a demon body, which made her 5 senses much more powerful than normal people. Frowning, Murong Qingcheng suddenly pointed out her finger. A beam of black finger power shot out, shattering the puppet snake in the corner. After doing all this, Murong Qingcheng walked into the room. A few hundred meters away, Xia Hozuan's face darkened. The puppet snake was nothing to him, but he had always been used to being on top. Even if it was someone's unintentional disobedience, it would still make him unhappy. There were only 4 people that he could treat as equals. The rest of them did not even have the right to be on the same level as him. On top of the stone platform in the middle of the room, there was a light ball floating in the air. Inside the light ball was a pair of purple and black gloves. Although the energy vibration of the gloves had been blocked out by the light ball, there was still a powerful aura leaking out, bringing out a sound like a tiger's roar. Such an aggressive chi. Normally, the chi of an attacking item would be more aggressive than a defensive item, which was the difference between the 2 types. Pop! Poking out the light ball with her finger, Murong Qingcheng reached out her hand and grabbed onto the purple and black gloves. The gloves were soft to the touch, and a heart-wrenching power invaded through Murong Qingcheng's palm. Shoo! Murong Qingcheng pushed her demon power, easily canceling out that power. Then, she poured it into the gloves, letting the gloves get used to its future owner. Branding the soul mark would take a lot of time. If I use it now, I should be able to bring out 60 to 70% of its power, but it should be enough. Murong Qingcheng would not forget that she was being followed, and that a big battle would be inevitable. A semi-extreme rank item was indeed a semi-extreme rank item, especially a semi-extreme rank attacking item. In order to make the energy within it not reject the user, it would take some time to get used to it. Of course, it would not take too long, and it would depend on the user's situation. Obviously, this pair of gloves liked Murong Qingcheng's demon power. Besides the resistance at the beginning, it had been very cooperative. Pap! Pap! The sound of footsteps arrived outside the room. Soon, a human figure appeared at the door. It was a man in gold robes with a gold crown on his head. That aggressive aura was almost real. Who else could it be other than Xia Hozuan? Seeing that it was Xia Hozuan, Murong Qingcheng's expression changed a little. If it were people like Lin Tian, then she would not be afraid at all. Even if it were people like Bai Minghui, she would have the confidence to drag it out for a while before leaving smoothly. But Xia Hozuan was not like Lin Tian, nor was he like Bai Minghui or Dugaju. He was one of the top 5 young warriors. Oh, such an evil pair of gloves. Xia Hozuan was a bit disappointed. What he really cared about was a semi-extreme rank defensive item. He already had a semi-extreme rank pair of gloves. Put it down, and you can go now. But obviously, Xia Hozuan had not reached the point where he could ignore a semi-extreme rank item. A semi-extreme rank item, even if he did not use it himself, could still be used as his own wealth or capital. Sometimes, he could even trade it for something he wanted. Plus, it seemed like this pair of gloves was a bit better than his own. Just that evil chi alone was enough to make it stand out from the rest. Sorry, this pair of gloves. I like it a lot. Murong Qingcheng put on the gloves slowly. They were originally a bit big, but they seemed to be able to change according to her will. They shrunk until they were just the right size. It did not feel like a burden on her hand at all. Xia Hozuan chuckled lightly. If Yan Fengfeng dared to go against him, then it would still be reasonable, since her speed was unparalleled in the world. Plus, her original form was a blue phoenix. He might be able to suppress her, but it would be impossible for him to kill her. So, everything that Murong Qingcheng had done was out of his expectation. If you like this pair of gloves, then fine. How about this? You give up on that Yi Chen guy and follow me. I promise that whatever you want, I will give you. Xia Hozuan's attitude changed as he said. Murong Qingqing tightened her fists and looked up. Give up on him and choose you? Why? Not to mention our relationship, judging on power and talent. I do not think you have any advantage. Hearing her, Xia Hozuan felt like he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. This is the first time I have been looked down upon, especially by a woman. But just because of what you said, I will beat him half to death this time. Xia Hozuan had never thought much of Yi Chen, including people like Duguju and the rest. What kind of monster, what kind of martial geniuses were all nonsense. Only those people who had nothing better to do would talk about it. But before that, you should let me take care of this pair of gloves first. Shoo! A gold light flashed once as Xia Hozuan approached Murong Qingqing at an extreme speed, pointing out his finger at her. Swoosh! The massive black bat wings spread out, and Murong Qingqing almost flew out from within the finger power. Do you think you can run away? Xia Hozuan was halfway there when he twisted his body, performing his star nuclear finger art. That endless gravitational force landed on Murong Qingqing's body, pulling her closer. Darkness sky. Murong Qingqing's expression did not change as she waved her right hand. Her purple gold gloves shone once, and a layer of black screen appeared in front of her. Crack! The black screen twisted drastically before shattering, but Murong Qingqing had also used this opportunity to get to the door of the room. Dark profound. Xia Hozuan was a bit surprised. The star nuclear finger art was his ace attack, and it had worked every single time. Even Yan Fengfeng, with her horrifying beast Yuan, would have a hard time dealing with it. But he did not expect that the dark profound that Murong Qingqing had performed could block out the gravitational force. Since she did not have a deep understanding of the dark profound, her ace attack had been broken by the gravitational force. Interesting. Shoo, 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 shoo. He looked a bit more serious as he shot out dozens of finger power. The bright starlight filled up the whole room. The finger power was extremely fast, and Murong Qingqing had just put up her darkness sky when she started to defend passively. Boom! The darkness sky was shattered once again, and Murong Qingqing used the momentum to fly out. A couple of finger power scratched through her purple dress, revealing the inner layer of her leather armor. You will not be able to get away. Drawing finger art. Not many people knew that this finger art could not only be used as a defensive ace art, but it could also be used to lock people down. But facing powerful enemies like Bai Wuxue, it would not be of much use, which was why Xia Hozuan had never used it before. Xia Hozuan reached out his left index finger and drew a couple of times in the air. The space around Murong Qingqing suddenly started to vibrate, forming a layer of space pattern. Chapter 637. Boom. The speed of the space pattern was so fast that Murong Qingqing could not react in time. Her back landed on it, and her face turned pale as she puked out a mouthful of blood. I have to use my demon power essence now. A beam of gold light appeared in her eyes as a huge amount of black light poured out of Murong Qingqing's body. It was like a crystal thread, extremely condensed. That seemingly indestructible space pattern was shattered immediately after being hit by the black light, looking like a massive mirror exploding in the air. What? Xia Hozuan's expression froze. The purity of that black light was unbelievably high, and it would be impossible for a Sea of Souls realm warrior to have this kind of horrifying power. Even a half-step king warrior would be lacking a little bit. However, it was obvious that she could not control such a high purity power, which had caused the power to be diluted. Otherwise, the space pattern would not have been shattered. Who is she? Watching Murong Qingqing leave the room and come to the tunnel, Xia Hozuan thought to himself. I can only use my demon power essence to increase my speed. If I increase my attack power, although it would be able to threaten her, it would only make her look worse. Once it drags on, she would not be able to run away even if she wanted to. It was not that Murong Qingcheng had not thought about using her demon power essence to kill her, but it was obviously not possible. It would be hard for her to even wound her badly. If it were someone like Lin Tian, then she would be able to kill her with one attack, since she could only control her demon power essence for a second. Once it exceeded that second, she would be attacked, and she would need to wait for a couple of seconds before she could continue using it. Plus, at her peak, she could only use it 3 times at most. Of course, with the help of her demon power essence, Murong Qingcheng was confident that even Yan Fengfeng's speed would not be as fast as hers. Shoo! Like a twisting black lightning, Murong Qingcheng's body twisted in the air and shot out toward the left side of the tunnel. The turning point even left behind a vivid image. Boom! Inside the room, a huge golden light exploded, as if a golden sun had appeared out of nowhere. Xia Hozuan's speed had been pushed to its peak as he jumped out of the room. At the same time, he reached out his right index finger and pointed at the wall on the other side of the door. Boom! Boom! The wall had been pierced through, leaving only a thin layer. Point at the heavens, draw the earth, forming a circle of space pattern around his body. Xia Hozuan roared as he crashed through the wall, arriving on the other side. Not good. Murong Qingcheng turned in a circle. She had just passed by this place when she felt a strong wind blowing behind her. Rocks were flying everywhere as Xia Hozuan's body turned real. Speed up! Murong Qingcheng pushed her demon power essence again, increasing her speed by 5 to 6 times. With this kind of speed, even Yan Fengfeng would not be able to compete with her. The only unfortunate thing was that the place was not big enough, so her speed could not be maximized. Once she reached the corner, she would have to turn, which would decrease her speed and waste time. Breaking through the wall would be even worse, since it would give Xia Hozuan time to catch up with her, and he would be able to break through the wall. Plus, it was already her second time using her demon power essence. But even so, Murong Qingcheng had still managed to throw Xia Hozuan thousands of meters away, and it was only because of the terrain. If it were in the sky without any obstacles, she would be able to throw Xia Hozuan 60 to 70 miles away. Even that half-step king warrior could not do anything to her speed. In this tunnel, the faster you are, the more limited you will be. It would be impossible for you to move at high speed for a long time. Let me see how many times you can use your power. Xia Hozuan could no longer sense Murong Qingcheng's existence, but he was not in a hurry. As he flew, he shot out his soul power. At the same time, there were a lot of puppet snakes moving around in the corners of the tunnel, watching over the surroundings. Found it! Xia Hozuan had found Murong Qingcheng through one of the puppet snakes. Boom! Murong Qingcheng had also found the puppet snake, shattering it with one finger attack. However, she had not flown far before she found another one. So many puppet snakes. Murong Qingcheng did not look too good. Crack! A wall had been broken down, and Xia Hozuan had taken a shortcut, shortening the distance by a couple of times. In this maze-like tunnel, the shortcut would allow him to catch up with Murong Qingcheng faster, even if her speed was faster than his. It was the advantage of having a high attacking power. He could tell that she could not use that kind of power for a long time. Otherwise, he would not be able to catch up. The demon power essence had already disappeared, and Murong Qingcheng was moving with her own speed. In terms of personal speed, she was still a bit faster than Xia Hozuan, but he did not want to compete with her. As more and more walls had been broken down, the distance between the two had gotten a lot closer. There's only one more usage left. Murong Qingqing's pretty eyebrows frowned a little. Suddenly, she thought of something, so she took out a jade tag from her storage ring and poured her demon power into it. It seems like Baiming Hui is not ready for a battle with me yet. He chose to run away right after seeing me. Is he afraid that I will kill him? Yichen found it a bit funny. Just before, he had seen Baiming Hui in the tunnel. It was obvious that he was a bit scared of Yichen, afraid that Yichen might try to kill him. After all, when he and Yichen battled, there were a lot of people there. And inside the palace, no one would know if he was killed. Moving at a moderate speed, Yichen released his soul power. Within 500 meters, not even the slightest movement could escape from his perception. Ah! Yichen's expression changed as he took out a jade tag from his storage ring. An arrow lit up on it, and the direction of the arrow was moving slightly. It is Murong. Yichen could not help but increase his speed as he moved toward the direction of the arrow. He thought to himself, this jade tag is a one-time use item. She would not use it unless it was a critical moment. Could it be that there is some kind of danger? No, she is moving at high speed. Is someone chasing her? Thinking about the problem, 5 beams of sword light appeared outside of Yichen's body. The sword light carried Yichen's body as he traveled through the tunnel at an extreme speed. Because of his powerful soul power, Yichen could always change his direction at every turn. If there were someone who had the same speed as Yichen in this maze, they would definitely be left behind by Yichen for miles. Shoo! The sword light kept flashing in the tunnel. Yichen's ability to change his direction was so good that it could numb people's scalps. He knew exactly when to slow down and when to speed up. You cannot get away. Xiaozuan's voice came out of a puppet snake's mouth. Murong Qingqing sneered as she shattered the puppet snake with a finger power. She had shattered at least dozens of them, and she wondered where her opponent had gotten so many of them. Boom! The wall not far behind her had been broken through. Xiaozuan, who was in his gold robes, looked extremely powerful. That rich and aggressive aura spread out everywhere. Even if you can run for a while, can you run for your whole life? There is no exit in this maze. Only when the palace disappears will you be teleported out. Xiaozuan had finally sensed Murong Qingqing's figure. There were 2 walls between the two, and one of them was right in front of him. Void-shattering finger. That massive golden finger had broken through 1/3 of the wall. Xiaozuan threw out both of his fingers, and 2 comet finger powers landed on the same spot. The next second, he appeared on the other side of the wall with a cloud of dust. Perhaps I have to use my demon power essence for the last time? Murong Qingqing looked hesitant. No, even if I use my demon power essence, I will not be able to get away from her. It would just be a waste. I might as well use it to fight back. After making up her mind, Murong Qingqing stopped moving. Her body floated in the tunnel as the massive black bat wings on her back were extended to their limit. I am not moving anymore. Xiaozuan had a bad feeling about this, so he secretly performed his finger drawing art, shielding his body under the space pattern. Then he threw out 4 comet finger powers in a row, breaking through the wall. The second the wall was broken, that horrifying black light poured out. Sky Demon Finger. This time, it was not a normal Sky Demon Finger, but one that contained the demon power essence. A fist-sized black light ball shot out, going through the hole in the wall and landing right in front of Xiaozuan. That intense demon power vibration made Xiaozuan's pupils shrink to their limit. You are looking for death. Xiaozuan roared as he reached out his left index finger, pointing out his void-shattering finger. At the same time, his body backed out quickly while a top-rank shield appeared in front of him. Boom! The massive black light ball exploded, and inside the light ball, The gold light spread out. The walls and tunnels around them started to crack under that shock wave. Some of the cracks were 1/2 meter deep, and if it were any deeper, the walls would have cracked completely. In the center of the explosion, there was a 10 meters wide and 1 meter deep hole. It should be known that this was a maze tunnel, and the walls and ground were extremely hard. It would already be impressive if a normal attack could leave a crack on it. Only people at the level of Yi Chun or the top 5 young warriors would be able to do it. Pooh! The top-rank shield in his hand was twisted out of shape as Xia Hozuan puked out a huge chunk of blood. His whole body landed on the wall not far away from him, causing the wall to shake and dust to fly everywhere. "You are looking for death." Xia Hozuan was shocked and angry at the same time. It was the first time that he had seen someone who could twist his top-rank shield and break through his finger-drawing art, and it was still under the condition of the void-shattering finger art. Seeing Murong Qingcheng puking out a couple of mouthfuls of blood and looking pale, Xia Hozuan knew that she had already reached her limit. The possibility of her using that kind of power was very slim. Shoo! The gold light flashed once, and Yichen appeared in the tunnel where Murong Qingcheng was. "I only wanted to take back that pair of gloves before, but now I do not think that way anymore." An evil look flashed past Xia Hozuan's face. His opponent had wounded him, which was something that could not be tolerated. God only knew how long it had been since he had been wounded by Wuxue. Boom! Boom! Right at that moment, the wall next to the two suddenly shook twice, and cracks appeared all over the place. A crazy sword intent ignored the wall's isolation and seeped in, filling the air with killing intent. Boom! Another vibration occurred, and the cracks on the wall looked like huge mouths, twisting and spreading out. Chapter 638. Yi Chun. Letting out his soul power, Xia Hozuan could sense that it was indeed Yi Chun who had broken the wall. Sensing his killing intent, Xia Hozuan was even angrier than before. According to the rumors in the martial world, Yi Chun was the martial genius who had the highest chance of making it to the top. Once he made it to the top, one of the top 5 young warriors would have to step down. It was an unwritten rule which was based on the ancient times. Once there was a top young warrior in the central sky martial region, the other 4 regions would each have a top young warrior, making it exactly 5. Since then, it had been passed down from generation to generation. In his eyes, there was no chance for Yi Chun to make it to the top, at least not before the top 5 young warriors were over 40 years old. Right now, Yi Chun dared to show killing intent toward him, which meant that he was looking down on him. It was not something that could be tolerated. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere, and a huge crack appeared on the hard wall. It was like the mouth of a demon connecting to hell. The sword Qi shot out, and a human figure materialized, appearing right in front of Murong Qingcheng. The second Yi Chun appeared, Murong Qingcheng's body went soft. Her black bat wings shrunk and went back into her body before landing on the ground. Reaching out his hand to hold Murong Qingcheng, Yi Chun said with a light voice, "Using your demon power essence again?" "Yeah, I was planning to use my sky demon finger to wound him badly, but his void-shattering finger was very fast. It blocked out my sky demon finger power and canceled out half of its power. The finger power from the sky demon finger was extremely fast. Otherwise, it would not be a martial art that was inherited from the demon's bloodline. But Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger contained the space profound, which when trained to the extreme would be able to ignore the distance between dimensions. Naturally, it would not be slower than the sky demon finger, and might even be faster. If it were not for the void-shattering finger, that finger attack would have definitely made Xia Hozuan's wound even worse." Nodding, Yi Chun looked at Xia Hozuan coldly. "All right, although it is a bit early, I do not mind. Let's have a battle right here." Let's have a showdown. Yi Chen being able to break through the wall had indeed surprised Xia Hozun a lot, but it was not enough for him to think that Yi Chen could be on the same level as him. What? Is it funny? I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave safely today. You'll have to see some blood. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. Don't joke around. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Xia Hozun was so angry that he started laughing instead. He looked very arrogant, not taking Yi Chen seriously at all. Soon after, his tone changed, and he said in an awe-inspiring manner, "A joke is a joke, but right now, I have indeed been angered by you. I will not beat you to death, but I will break all the bones in your body and see exactly how hard your bones are, and whether they are as hard as your mouth. As for how hard it is, you'll know once you try it. The prerequisite is whether you have the strength to do so." Yi Chen held the hilt of the Thunder Disaster Sword, his sword aura ready to be unleashed. Cut the bullshit. Today, I will show you just how big the gap between you and me is. Shoo! A gold light flashed once as Xia Hozun shot out toward Yi Chen. Outside of his body, strings of gold strings appeared, spreading out and cutting into the walls of the tunnel, leaving cracks on them. The gap is not up to you to decide. I will wake you up. Leaning his body forward, Yi Chen's whole body shot out close to the ground. His right hand held the Thunder Disaster Sword tightly, and a section of the sword was already exposed in the air. Su King Finger. The distance between the two shortened rapidly. When it was less than 20 meters, Xia Hozun's gold robe danced in the air as he pointed out a finger at Yi Chen's forehead. As he did so, a king-level shadow appeared behind him, which also pointed out a finger attack. Chin. Taking out the Thunder Disaster Sword, Yi Chen shook his right hand. The lightning-like sword body shook twice in the air, and a cross-shaped sword light clashed with his opponent's finger power. Shoo! That powerful finger power shattered instantly under Yi Chen's precise cut. Of course, that cross-shaped sword light had used up all of its power as well, so it disappeared instantly. Breaking the power with tricks? But I would like to see how you are going to break it next. His body flew out in a slanted manner. Xia Hozun flicked out all 10 of his fingers, bringing out countless afterimages. Then, beams of falling star finger power shot out. That bright starlight spread out, dyeing the whole tunnel with a different color. It was so beautiful and dangerous. Bending his knees, Yi Chen jumped backward. Before his feet even touched the ground, his left hand's 5 fingers had also brought out countless afterimages. That light-like lotus heart sword chi attacked toward his opponent's falling star finger power. Pooh! Pooh! The lotus heart sword chi was shattered one after another. Xia Hozun's falling star finger power contained the powerful starlight profound after all, which was extremely powerful and fast. However, the lotus heart sword chi was not a profound martial art after all. Even with the help of the sword intent, it was still not as powerful as the falling star finger power. But it did not matter if one lotus heart sword chi was not as powerful as one falling star finger power. 2 or 3 of them would be enough to compete with his opponent. Right then, Yi Chen's left hand's 5 fingers had already disappeared. That endless beam of sword chi shot out, trying to cancel out the falling star finger power. How could he shoot out so much at once? Xia Hozun could not help but change his expression. His falling star finger power was already fast enough, but his opponent's sword chi was even faster and more numerous. It seemed like he did not even need to store up his power at all. Not bad. Yi Chen's lotus heart sword chi indeed did not need to store up its power, since it was already stored in his dantian. That massive green lotus was like a sword chi factory. Its efficiency was unbelievably high. Before one round of sword chi had even been shot out, there would already be new Lotus Heart sword chi. Comet Finger. Changing his finger art, Xia Hozuan performed an even more concentrated and powerful Comet Finger. That finger power was like a massive comet with a huge attacking range. Yi Chun and the space around him were all within the attacking range, which was extremely hot. Gold pattern. Break. As his feet landed on the ground, Yi Chun pushed his legs and shot out. The Thunder Disaster Sword in his hand sliced across the air, and that beautiful gold pattern spread out, cutting that finger power in half immediately. The gold pattern did not stop there as it continued to spread out towards Xia Hozuan. Even time seemed to have slowed down. How could his power have improved so fast? Xia Hozuan was shocked. He knew about Lan Xieching's power, which was nothing to worry about at all. He did not think that Yi Chun would be able to beat him within 10 attacks. Even if he were twice as powerful, it would not make any difference. But he did not expect that Yi Chen's power had not only increased by one time, but by a couple of times. Draw the sky. His finger power was pushed out as Xia Hozuan's index finger drew a circle in front of him. A layer of space pattern blocked out the gold pattern. Swoosh. The destructive power of the gold pattern was not normal. The space pattern had just been formed when it was attacked immediately. It was cut in half from the middle, and the crack was smooth and soft, as if it had been polished with great care. There was not a single bit of roughness or unevenness. Break. Casually pointing out his finger to shatter the gold pattern that had used up all of its power, Xia Hozuan's expression was extremely dark. All right, you do have some power, but it is too early to be happy. This next attack will kill you within 1 second. Xia Hozuan took a deep breath. The Zhen Yuan inside his body was like a flood that had just been opened. It started to boil, one wave higher than the other. The tip of his right index finger shone with a dim starlight. The starlight was very reserved, and a light halo spread out like a candle flame. Star Nuclear Finger. Before, when Xia Hozuan and Murong Qingcheng were battling, that Star Nuclear Finger was only a casual attack that he had performed casually. After all, Murong Qingcheng was not by Wuxue and would not let him use all of his power easily. But this finger attack of his contained all of his power. The horrifying star nuclear gravity appeared out of nowhere, as if there were countless strings that had wrapped around Yi Chun and pulled him over. Don't you know that I am a sword artist? A sneer flashed past Yi Chen's face as he ignored the star nuclear gravity that was working on his body, and Zhen Yuan, waving out a sword attack. As Yi Chen waved out that sword attack, part of the Zhen Yuan inside his body had been dragged out, forming a blue light ball 3 feet in front of his index finger. However, part of his Zhen Yuan had also been forcefully poured into the Thunder Disaster Sword, condensing into sword chi and shooting out. With a swooshing sound, the blue light ball that contained the gravitational force of the star core looked like a leaking balloon, letting out beams of sword chi. How is this possible? My star nuclear finger attack was broken so easily. Yi Chen's performance before was indeed out of Xia Hozuan's expectation, but it was not enough to change his expression. But as soon as his star nuclear finger attack was broken, his expression finally changed. What he did not know was that Yi Chen's sword intent was even more powerful than Lu Xiaoyu, who was one of the top 5 young warriors. Lu Xiaoyu should not be afraid of Xia Hozuan's star nuclear finger attack, so Yi Chen would not need to worry about it at all. The reason why the sword intent could increase one's attacking power was because it could make the sword chi more condensed. If others' sword chi was like metal, then Yi Chen's would be like diamond. Therefore, no matter how powerful the star nuclear gravity was, it would not be able to do anything to such a condensed sword chi. It had been punctured instantly, turning into a leaking balloon. of course, it was not like the star nuclear gravity did not work at all. At least, when Yi Chen pushed his Zhen Yuan, a lot of it had been dragged over, forming a blue light ball. And it was still because of Yi Chen's sword intent protection. Otherwise, that sword attack would be even more powerful, and it would be hard on Xia Hozuan. All in all, Xia Hozuan's star nuclear finger attack could not handle Yi Chen's sword qi at all, and it could not turn the sword qi into pure energy. As the star nuclear gravity was broken, Xia Hozuan backed out quickly, removing part of the sword qi from his body. The expression on his face could not get any uglier. In the distance, Murong Qingqing saw that Yi Chen and Xia Hozuan were fighting on par with each other, and she could not help but be moved. She had only guessed that Yi Chen's power had grown to an unfathomable level, and she was afraid that he might already have the power of one of the top young warriors. But thinking was just thinking, and seeing it in reality was still quite shocking. She had already prepared herself. Once Yi Chen fell into a slight disadvantage, she would join hands with Yi Chen to wound Xia Hozuan and force him to back out, even if it would worsen her wounds to an irreversible degree. But it was obvious that Yi Chen's power had truly reached a level that people could only look up to. Xia Hozuan was one of the top 5 young warriors after all. Although Yi Chen was powerful, it was still not enough to make him feel helpless. A cold light flashed through his eyes as Xia Hozuan stomped his foot on the ground. That rich gold light spilled out, approaching Yi Chen at an extreme speed. Boom, 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 boom. The two clashed with each other all of a sudden, turning it into a close combat. Void-shattering finger. Tilting his body, Xia Hozuan suddenly pointed out his finger, which was indeed his most powerful void-shattering finger. Even Bai Wuxue would have to use all of his power to block it. In such a close combat situation, even normal attacks would have to be adjusted to their highest reaction speed. Otherwise, they would not be able to handle it, not to mention the void-shattering finger that contained the profound of space. Boom! The gold finger power landed right on Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan layer. A cold look flashed through Xia Hozuan's face. In the past half a year, his void-shattering finger had improved a lot, and it was already 90% complete. Its destructive power was way more powerful than when he was battling with Bai Wuxue. He did not believe that Yi Chen would be able to handle it. Spiritual sword. Yi Chen did not care about his protective Zhen Yuan being hit by the void-shattering finger at all as he waved out a sword attack. That gentle sword wind instantly reached Xia Hozuan. Chapter 639. Boom. Shoo. 2 completely different sounds exploded as Yi Chen and Xia Hozuan were blown back out at the same time. The powerful blast waves spread out, shattering the entire tunnel and causing dust to spread everywhere. A bit of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as Yi Chen was shocked. Even his protective Zhen Yuan layer, with the amplification of the armor, could not block out his opponent's void-shattering finger art. Not only that, the remaining finger power had even gone through the armor and reached his body. After being blocked out by the dragon bone defense layer, it had affected his internal organs, causing him to be slightly wounded. If I did not have the armor, this finger attack would have at least made my wounds a couple of times worse. I might even have been badly wounded. Yi Chen had finally realized how powerful Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger art was. Even Bai Wuxue had to use all of his power to block it out. On the other hand, Xia Hozuan's wounds were even more severe than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's sword attack was unbelievably fast. Because of its extreme speed, it had cut open the space pattern and his protective Zhen Yuan layer before landing heavily on the top-rank armor. That tiny sword qi had traveled through the armor and wounded his internal organs and meridians. With the accumulation of the sword intent, it had even created invisible sword chi inside his body, cutting through his flesh and internal organs like small knives. Wah! Puking out a huge amount of blood, Xia Hozuan looked extremely messed up. He did not have that confidence and calmness that he had before. Although his aggressive aura was still there, it had become a bit crazy after his confidence had been damaged. Staring at Yi Chun with a murderous look, Xia Hozuan's body shook as he growled with a low voice, "Get the fuck out of here!" Like a flash flood, a huge amount of gold light shot out of Xia Hozuan's body. One could only hear a continuous sizzling sound as tiny cut marks appeared on the walls of the tunnel. It was caused by the sword chi inside Xia Hozuan's body being blown out by the Jin Yuan. There was no way Yi Chun would give Xia Hozuan any chance to breathe, so he waved his long sword, and that gentle sword wind attacked towards Xia Hozuan again. Bastard! Bright sparks shot out of his chest, as Xia Hozuan felt like his chest was about to be shattered. Both of his feet left the ground as he was blown away like an arrow. Eventually, he landed heavily on the wall in the corner, leaving a shallow human-shaped mark on it. Bits of powder started to fall down from the ceiling. Gold ripple. Like a shadow, Yi Chun followed right behind Xia Hozuan. He performed another ace attack, and that beautiful gold pattern spread out like the waves in the lake. It looked slow, but it was actually spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Creak! The sound of his armor twisting was heard as Xia Hozuan started to bleed from all over his body. Even his skin started to drip with blood, dyeing his whole body red. "You forced me to do this." Blood Emperor killing finger. Just like thousands of streams returning to their roots, all of the blood on Xia Hozuan's body quickly gathered at the tip of his index finger. The skin on his fingertip cracked open, and a red light with a destructive aura shot out. The power hidden in that blood had been sucked out completely as well. This finger was an extremely powerful secret art. It would deal 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. Shoo! That red light-like finger power was as fast as a flash of light, attacking right in front of Yi Chun within a second. Break! Performing his spirit sword attack, Yi Chun's sword attack landed on that red finger power. Ting! Something shocking happened. That indestructible thunder, disaster, sword suddenly bent like a fully drawn bow. In the next second, an extremely aggressive power traveled through the sword body and attacked onto Yi Chun's palm, corroding his dragon bone defense layer. Such an aggressive secret art. A stream of blood dripped down from the corner of Yi Chun's mouth like a snake. Shoo! Using that power, Yi Chun bounced back and landed on the ground. He could not help but take a couple of steps back, each step leaving a shallow footprint on the ground. "Yi Chun!" Morong Ching Chun called out softly. Yi Chun waved his hand. "I am fine." After saying that, he stared at Xia Hozuan and thought to himself, "It seems like I have still underestimated the top 5 young warriors. Even if they were forced into a desperate situation, they would still have an ace attack that could turn the situation around. Although using blood as a medium might be a bit too expensive, but in a life-and-death situation, who would care about that? So, the other top 4 young warriors might also have some ace attacks that they would not use easily. He did not wound him badly. Xia Hozuan's skin had dried up quite a bit as he stared at Yi Chun with a shocked expression. This Blood Emperor killing finger attack was a secret art created by the previous Blood Emperor thousands of years ago. Once performed, 1/5 of the blood in the body would be evaporated, and the hidden energy would be extracted, forming an indestructible and corrosive finger power. Although 1/5 of the blood was quite shocking, Xia Hozuan had actually only lost 1/10 of it. It was not because he had some trick that could lower the requirement, but because that last sword attack of Yi Chun had shaken out all of the blood in his body. Once the blood left the body, it would not lose its energy for a while, which made it perfect for performing the Blood Emperor killing finger attack. It is that armor, a semi-extreme rank armor. Xia Hozuan's eyes moved around and soon landed on Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan. A normal protective Zhenyuan would only be a layer of eggshell chi shield, and only a semi-extreme rank armor would be able to leave different patterns on it. Seeing this, he finally understood why Yi Chen's defense was this powerful. With a semi-extreme rank armor, his defense would at least double. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said with a hoarse voice, "So, it is because of that semi-extreme rank armor. Without it, you would not be able to last until now." Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. "To be honest, as one of the top 5 young warriors, you indeed have the power, but your character is not good at all. After losing, you would always find excuses. If you are such a sore loser, then don't walk out of the door. If you think that relying on your weapon is not an honorable win, then you can just take off that top-rank armor on your body and throw away those gloves on your hands. It would be best if you do not use your secret arts, because the others might not have them. Relying on them would not be an honorable win either. Xia Hozuan, do you dare to do that?" Xia Hozuan was speechless as his face turned blue. What a sharp tongue! But Xia Hozuan, have not lost yet. Let's see who can last longer. The wounds on his body had gotten worse. Xia Hozuan had lost almost 70% of his battling power, and that last Blood Emperor killing finger attack had made his wounds even worse. His skin had dried up, and if it were not for the fact that Sea of Souls realm warriors had extremely strong vitality, he might not even have the power to stand up. Taking out a golden pellet from his storage ring, Xia Hozuan swallowed it without hesitation. His chi is increasing. Yi Chen frowned as he sensed that Xia Hozuan's chi was increasing at an unimaginable speed. Soon, it had reached its peak, and had even surpassed it. He was even more powerful than before, and even more aggressive, as if he was possessed by a god. Could it be a semi-extreme rank pellet? Yi Chen guessed as he held the handle of his Thunder Disaster sword tightly. That light wound had already been healed by his undying body, and it would not affect his battling power at all. Boom! That aggressive chi spread out, and the space outside of Xia Hozuan's body twisted slightly, turning into a golden color. He lifted up his eyes and looked at Yi Chen arrogantly. "You have the semi-extreme rank armor, and I have the Blood Emperor Battle Spirit pellet. The victory will belong to me, Xia Hozuan." The Blood Emperor Battle Spirit pellet was not the semi-extreme rank pellet that Yi Chen had guessed. Instead, it was an extreme rank pellet that had lost part of its medicinal effect. Its value would not be lower than a semi-extreme rank armor. In terms of short-term effects, it would be even more powerful than a semi-extreme rank armor, since the pellet was a consumable item. Shoo! 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 A red chi flow appeared on the surface of Xia Hozuan's body. The chi flow condensed together, eventually forming a blood-colored energy armor that covered his entire body. On top of the armor, golden strings spread out, covering his whole body, making him look like a killing machine. Boom! Stepping on the wall behind him, Xia Hozuan turned into a beam of blood-colored lightning, shooting right at Yi Chen as he threw out a finger attack. Yi Chen lifted up his Thunder Disaster sword and started to battle with Xia Hozuan. What a great pellet! Not only did it double his defense, but it also healed all of his wounds, increasing his battling power. Yi Chen was shocked. He had started to wonder if the pellet was a semi-extreme rank pellet. The legendary semi-extreme rank pellets should not have such powerful effects, being able to heal serious internal wounds in a short period of time and increase one's defense. The two continued to battle in the tunnel, fighting in close combat. Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger art was unstoppable in close combat since it was way too fast. On the other hand, Yi Chen's spiritual sword was not weaker than Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger art either. It was also fast, causing the two to be hit by each other from time to time. At this point in the battle, the two did not have any other thoughts except to beat each other completely. If there was a chance, they would kill each other. I would like to see how long you can last. With the protection of the blood-colored energy armor, Xia Hozuan only attacked without defending. He did not even need to use his ace attacks, like Finger the Sky or Draw. Instead, he kept performing his Star Nuclear Finger and Void-Shattering Finger, as well as his Falling Star Finger and Comet Finger, trying to burn out all of Yi Chen's Zhenyuan. Don't worry, it will not be me. The sword chi was blocked out by the blood-colored energy armor. Besides the initial shock, Yi Chen gradually calmed down. Each of his sword attacks landed on the same spot, trying to break through the surface. He did not believe that this blood-colored energy armor would be able to last forever. Pooh! Puking out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen did not seem to have heard it as he continued to battle with Xia Hozuan. With his undying body, he did not have to worry about it at all. Gradually, Xia Hozuan realized that something was wrong. Although he had only managed to wound Yi Chen a little bit each time, it would eventually turn into a serious injury. But looking at Yi Chen's battling condition, it was obvious that he was not affected at all. Instead, he seemed to be getting more and more powerful as the battle went on. Although he had the blood-colored energy armor, which could block out most of the power, he would still be shaken to death if it went on like this. The Blood Emperor Battle Spirit Pellet could only heal him completely, and the blood that he had lost would not be replenished immediately. It would take some time. Blood Emperor Killing Finger. Xia Hozuan looked extremely evil as he used up a quarter of his blood and pointed at Yi Chen's forehead. Thunder Devour. The two swords crossed as Yi Chen threw out a thunderball. It was slowly turning silver, which was a sign of his Thunder Profound improving. Chapter 640. Different elemental martial arts had a natural counter to each other. The Blood Emperor Killing Finger Attack was a method to activate the blood energy, which represented the blood element itself. The blood element was related to the water element and would always be countered by the fire or thunder element. Therefore, although the power of the Thunder Devour was not as powerful as the gold pattern and the spiritual sword, since it was a thunder element, its effect might be even more powerful. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as a circle of white smoke spread out in all directions, hitting onto the walls and making a sizzling sound like boiling water being poured onto the ground. It was obviously a gas similar to water vapor. In the center of the explosion, the blood-colored finger power was unstoppable. Although the silver thunderball had evaporated a part of the finger power, it had still been destroyed within one attack. The gap seems to be a bit too big. Even if the thunder element could counter the blood element, if the gap is too big, it would still be shattered. Yi Chen was not surprised by this result, since he did not expect the Thunder Devour to be able to block out the Blood Emperor Killing Finger attack. If it did, then it would be a surprise, since this kind of secret art that consumed blood was not just a normal kind of power. Even mid-rank, profound, sense martial arts would not be able to compete with it. Therefore, his goal was only to cancel out the power of the Blood Emperor Killing Finger attack. With the Thunder Devour, the following finger power would not be able to break through his defense. Just as he expected, the dimmed blood-colored finger power had broken through the thunderball and landed heavily on the protective Zhenyuan layer. Once it had broken through, the color of the finger power dimmed even more. Eventually, it landed on the armor itself, but it did not have much power left, so it was easily canceled out. No, I cannot perform the Blood Emperor killing finger attack anymore. Xia Hozuan's face was extremely pale. Performing the Blood Emperor killing finger attack twice had used up 2/5 of his blood. Even if he was a Sea of Souls realm warrior, losing 2/5 of his blood would still not be a good thing. His body had never been this tired before, and his mind was a bit blurry as well. It was a sign that he had lost a lot of chi and blood. If it were not for the Blood Emperor Battle Spirit Pellet, he would not be able to fight anymore. Void-shattering finger. Completely giving up on defense, Xia Hozuan threw out another void-shattering finger attack while fighting against Yi Chen. It landed on Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan layer. Gold pattern. Yi Chen had also given up on defense. The gold pattern spread out along the tip of his sword, attacking that blood-colored energy armor continuously. Puff. Creak. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood energy armor on Xia Hozuan's body started to twist and crack. Spiritual sword, triple slash. Right then, Yi Chen took a step forward. The Thunder Disaster sword in his hand swept across, sliced out, and stabbed out. 3 sword attacks landed on the injured spot of the blood energy armor. Although these 3 sword attacks were not as fast as the pure spirit sword attack, they were not that much slower. Xia Hozuan did not have the time to react at all, so he had to take on the combined power of the 3 sword attacks. Ka! Finally, a crack appeared on the blood energy armor, and that tiny sword chi poured in through the crack, damaging Xia Hozuan's body. Go! Xia Hozuan's scalp went numb. Every time, Yi Chen's wounds were obviously more serious than his, but he seemed to be fine. Although he did not know what kind of tricks he had up his sleeves, he did not want to continue like this, since the power of the pellet was limited. Once it ran out, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. With the power of that attack, Xia Hozuan's body twisted in the air, turning into a beam of blood-colored light and shooting out. He said, "Yi Chen, the next time we meet, I will make you pay back twice as much." Being defeated by Yi Chen was a shame that he would never be able to wash away. Right then, the wounds on his body were no longer important as his mind was being tortured. He could not imagine what kind of embarrassing situation it would be when people found out that he had been defeated by Yi Chen. He could already see countless people laughing at him, mocking him, thinking that he did not deserve to be one of the top 5 young warriors. Yi Chen! Biting his lips, Xia Hozuan's face was full of hatred. That extreme unwillingness made Xia Hozuan run even faster. He knew that, as long as there was life, there would always be hope. So fast! 5 beams of sword light appeared outside of his body, as Yi Chen followed right behind Xia Hozuan. It was not that he had not thought about asking the Dream-Eating Wolf to come out and help him, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. In a one-on-one battle of martial geniuses, he did not want to use the Dream-Eating Wolf to beat his opponent, since it would be pointless. Plus, the Dream-Eating Wolf's power to create dreams was not limitless. It would be fine for people like Lin Tian, but for martial geniuses like Baiming Hui and Dugaju, it would be a bit more difficult. And for the top 5 young warriors, the effect would be almost negligible. Shoo! A void-shattering finger power shot out from the sky, and Yi Chen waved his sword to block it out. His body was blown backward, increasing the distance between him and Xia Hozuan. Without continuing to chase, Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard. There should only be 1 Blood Emperor Battle Spirit Pellet. This time, he has used up one of his ace attacks, so it should be enough. But this pellet is indeed powerful. It has not only completely healed Xia Hozuan's wounds, but it has also formed an indestructible blood energy armor outside of his body. Yi Chen could not be clearer about the power of the spirit sword. Using the spirit sword as the base, the 3 consecutive attacks could only leave a crack on the blood energy armor. It was not hard to imagine how powerful this armor's defense was. It was definitely more powerful than a semi-extreme rank defensive item. Looking at where Xia Hozuan had disappeared, Yi Chen went back the way he came. Thousands of meters away in the maze tunnel, Xia Hozuan stopped his body with a pale face. Phew! Phew! Damn! I have lost to him. Xia Hozuan still could not believe that he had lost to Yi Chen. It was the biggest blow to him. No, there are still 7 months until the next master-level warrior ranking. During this period of time, I have to try my best to increase my power. Otherwise, what Xia Hozuan wanted to say was that he might not be able to keep his status as one of the top 5 young warriors. Once his status was taken away, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the world, and he would become a stepping stone for Yi Chen. He would not allow that to happen. 7 months. It is enough. Xia Hozuan was desperate to increase his power. Before, his status as one of the top 5 young warriors had made him relax a little. Right now, it was too late for regrets. Within these 7 months, he had to get a semi-extreme rank defensive item, since he only had 1 Blood Emperor pellet. Besides that, he would have to increase his profound sense martial arts to the next level as well, especially his void-shattering finger art. Chapter 641. The 90% completed void-shattering finger art and the completed void-shattering finger art are worlds apart. The power would be at least twice as powerful. As long as I can train this void-shattering finger art to completion, even by Wuxue and the rest would lose to me. It is just a mere Yi Chen. With that thought in mind, Xia Hozuan felt a lot more relaxed. Before, he had lost his cool because he had not expected to lose to Yi Chen. Therefore, he could not wait to beat Yi Chen, making Yi Chen his #1 enemy. But now, he felt that it was a bit funny. Yi Chen indeed needed to be beaten, but his #1 enemy was still not him, but by Wuxue and the rest. Returning to Murong Qingqing's side, Yi Chen said regretfully, "He got away. As long as we are fine." Murong Qingqing's face was very pale, looking like a fragile piece of porcelain. Seeing Yi Chen, she let out a breath. Xia Hozuan was way too powerful, and he had so many ace attacks. Although Yi Chen could beat him, but if he was pushed into a corner, perhaps he would die together with Yi Chen. "How are you now?" Yi Chen grabbed Murong Qingqing's hand. Her hand was so soft and smooth that it looked like there were no bones in it. It was just that before. It always had some warmth, but now it felt cold. Pushing his soul power in, Yi Chen realized that Murong Qingqing's meridians were messed up, and some of them were even broken. Murong Qingqing took out one of her hands and used a handkerchief to wipe away the blood on the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. "You do not need to worry about me. Although the demon power essence is very powerful, it comes from the same source as my demon power after all. It will not cause any irreversible internal injuries, and I should be able to recover after some time. You, on the other hand, have been hit by Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger art so many times." Yi Chen laughed. "I forgot to tell you, but I have already trained the undying body. So, this kind of injury will be healed soon." Undying body? Murong Qingqing was flabbergasted. She knew that Yi Chen had obtained the undying body secret art, but she didn't expect that Yi Chen had already successfully cultivated it. It should be known that the undying body secret art was a domain that only life and death kings could touch upon. One could easily imagine how difficult it was to cultivate, second only to life and death realm. Being able to cultivate the undying body in advance will certainly be helpful in entering life and death realm. Have you made any progress? Some time ago, Yi Chen had already handed over the undying body secret art to Murong Qingqing, hoping that she could cultivate the undying body in advance, just like him. In that case, she would be much safer in a duel, and it might even help her in attacking life and death realm in the future. Murong Qingcheng shook her head. Perhaps it's because I'm not suited for this undying body secret art. Demon race and human race are not the same race after all. So, the method of cultivating the undying body should be different as well. That's true. Yi Chen felt that it was a pity Murong Qingcheng could sense Yi Chen's care, so she tightened her grip on his hand and leaned her head on his shoulder. The combination of the two seemed to be a bit sudden, but only they knew that it was a natural result. It was as if there was a red string that had brought them together. Inside the tunnel, the blue flame line flashed at a high speed. Once it realized that there was someone in front of it, the blue flame line suddenly dropped down and condensed into a human figure. It was Yen Fengfeng. You too. Yen Fengfeng revealed a faint smile. Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng separated from each other, but their hands were still holding each other's. Sister Yen, did you get any treasures? Yen Fengfeng shrugged. Treasures are not that easy to get. But I did not have much hope, since I had already gotten a semi-extreme rank armor out there. You two, on the other hand, are quite comfortable hiding here and kissing each other. Did I disturb you? Yi Chen said helplessly, We are not that free. We had just beaten away Xia Hozuan, and Murong was wounded badly as well. Beat away Xia Hozuan? It was only then that Yen Fengfeng realized that the tunnel looked like it had been hit by a meteor. There were holes everywhere, and Murong Qingcheng's face was extremely pale as well. It was indeed the aftermath of a huge battle. She was shocked at Yi Chen's battling power. She knew quite a bit about his power, although she had not suffered much inside the valley. But Yi Chen had not used all of his power either. If he had used all of his power, she would not have been able to escape in one piece. But since Yi Chen was able to beat away Xia Hozuan, he had obviously wounded him a little. Otherwise, with his prideful attitude, he would not have been able to leave in such a bad shape. The palace will only exist for 3 days. Then I will not disturb you anymore. Inside the maze tunnel, it would not be a good thing to have too many people. If they ran into a great weapon, they would not be able to handle it, since there would not be 3 of them. Being able to get one would already be very lucky. All right, you be careful. Yi Chen nodded. After separating from Yen Fengfeng, Yi Chen did not rush to look for treasures. In fact, after getting the armor, he had nothing else to ask for. 3 days passed quickly, and everyone was transported out of the palace. Soon, the massive palace disappeared from everyone's sight. From everyone's regretful expression, it was easy to tell that most of them had come out empty-handed. Only a small portion of them had gotten some weapons. As for whether they were demi-extreme rank weapons or not, it would be hard to tell. After all, no one would purposely reveal that they had gotten a demi-extreme rank weapon just to show off. After all, it would be like telling everyone that they were a piece of fat meat. Huh. Xia Hozuan glanced at Yi Chen with a cold look before turning into a beam of gold light and shooting into the distance, which confused everyone else. Among the top 5 young warriors, Bai Wuxue and Lu Xiaoyu seemed to be thinking about something. They had glanced at Xia Hozuan just then, and although he was not wounded, his qi had weakened a lot, which was very unusual. What was even more unusual was that Xia Hozuan seemed to be very hostile toward Yi Chen. Taking back his sight, Bai Wuxue said with a light voice, Our position as the top 5 young warriors is starting to get unstable. I have a very strong feeling about this. Lu Xiaoyu touched his sword handle and said coldly, The position is given by oneself, and no one can take it away from you. Since when did you, Bai Wuxue, start to say such depressing things? He. Bai Wuxue chuckled, but did not say anything. On the other side, Yi Chen did not care about Xia Hozuan's sneer before he left. For him, This kind of hostility was meaningless. What he wanted to do was to beat him every time he came, to make him give up completely. Although it was cruel, there was no other way. If he did not want to lose, then he would have to make him lose. Let's go. Yichen said goodbye to Yen Fengfeng before flying toward the east with Morong Qingcheng. In the next half a month, besides Xia Hozuan, who had left the fourth-level world first, the rest of them were all trying their best to find weapons. This kind of opportunity did not come often, and it would only happen once a year. If they wanted to use it once, they would have to wait for 4 years. Boom, 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 boom. Inside the massive basin, Yichen was battling with a treasure chi life form. It was only 1 meter and 70 centimeters tall, and its body was like a perfect diamond, without a single flaw. As it moved, that rich treasure chi turned into a sky-tearing light column, attacking toward Yichen. Thunder Devour. Yichen waved his hand, and a silver lightning appeared on his Thunder Disaster Sword. It was bound together and did not spread out, instead seeming to form into a ball shape. After battling with Xia Hozuan, Yichen had a vague understanding of the Thunder Profound, and he started to use one sword to perform the Thunder Devour. But obviously, one sword would not be as good as 2 swords, which could easily perform the Thunder Devour, but one sword would have a hard time. Within 10 times, he had only managed to form half a thunderball once. But what surprised Yichen was that even though he had only formed half a thunderball, its power was already equivalent to the Thunder Devour performed with 2 swords. It was not hard to imagine that once he performed the perfect Thunder Devour with 1 sword, its power would be way beyond that of 2 swords. With a height of 1 meter and 70 centimeters, the treasure chi life form was very powerful. It might not be any weaker than Xia Hozuan, who had used all of his ace attacks. It would be perfect for training, of course. Only Yichen would dare to use this life form as a training target. If it were anyone else, even the top 5 young warriors, they would not dare to do so because they did not have an immortal body. After a long battle, they would eventually get wounded, and the wounds would accumulate into serious wounds. If the serious wounds accumulated, then death would be the only outcome for them. On the other hand, the treasure chi life form would not die unless it was mortally wounded, since it could train all of the natural chi in the world to repair itself. On the other side, Morong Qingcheng sat on a huge rock with her legs crossed. She was adjusting her breathing while watching Yichen train. She was not surprised at all that he was doing. She only smiled gently because she knew that her boyfriend was very powerful. His potential seemed to be endless. He was obviously a human, but he was like a monster. In the near future, he might become the Sword King or the #1 Sword Emperor. Perhaps the Sword Emperor was not even his ultimate goal. As for her before, she did not have much ambition. But after spending some time with Yichen, she understood that it would be impossible to have no ambition. It would not be long before Yichen would leave her far behind and reach another level. Therefore, if she wanted to be with him, she would have to follow his footsteps and grow stronger together. Boom! The ground shook. Yichen threw out a sword attack toward that life form that was still trying to move. This sword attack had formed into half a silver thunderball, which landed heavily on the life form's chest. It was like a crazy thunder attack had hit its body. The treasure chi outside of the life form's body started to shatter, and its body started to dim. Triple chop. With the spiritual sword as the lead, Yichen's 3 sword attacks landed on the life form's head. Swoosh! A head flew into the air. Huff! Breathing heavily, Yichen thought to himself, "Unfortunately, there is no Yuan Qi in this place. If I continue to fight, my Zhen Yuan will be completely used up. I can only shatter it. Otherwise, my Thunder Devour should be able to reach the next level." Using 1 sword to perform the Thunder Devour, Yi Chun could already form half a thunderball. Compared to the beginning, he had improved a lot. In a flash, half a month had passed, and the fourth floor was about to close. Whether it was the fourth floor, the third floor, or the second floor, all of the young geniuses went down to the next floor. If they did not leave, they would be locked in there for 11 months, and it would only open next year. Only the first floor was open all year round, so there was no need to worry about time. Outside the tower, a large number of people poured out. Ha! This trip was not in vain. I got 2 top-rank weapons. It seems like this year is my lucky year. My luck is not bad either. I got a top-rank long whip. Whip weapons were very rare, although top-rank long whips were not as powerful as demi-extreme rank weapons. Their rarity was not that low, since whips were special weapons after all. You guys are lucky this time. In the third floor, someone got a whole set of top-rank weapons. What? A whole set of top-rank weapons? That is even more precious than normal demi-extreme rank weapons. It can increase both defense and attack. Why would we lie to you? It is her. One of them pointed at Jing Aoshuan. Should we rob it? Some of them looked unfriendly. I suggest you guys give up on that idea. She seems to know Yi Chun. Just as they were about to make their move, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng came out. The two flew toward Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyun. Seeing this, one of them reminded everyone. Cold sweat poured out of them, as they secretly felt lucky. Chapter 642. Yi Chun, Murong Qingcheng. Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyun had sensed Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng approaching, so they turned around at the same time. Yi Chun laughed. You guys have also come to the Treasure Holy Tower? Li Xiaoyun said. Once a year, how could we not come? Unfortunately, we did not gain much, and only got a normal top-rank weapon. In fact, most of the young geniuses who entered the Holy Treasure Tower had some harvest, but there were also many young geniuses who died inside. Some died, naturally. Some were killed by other young geniuses, and their treasures would naturally be left inside the Holy Treasure Tower. After being nourished by the treasure chi, some of the high-grade treasures might even become top high-grade treasures, continuously replenishing the Holy Treasure Tower. This was also why the number of treasures inside the Holy Treasure Tower had never decreased, maintaining a balance. You and Murong Qingcheng must have gained quite a lot, right? Li Xiaoyun said. Yi Chun said, our luck was not bad. We both got a semi-extreme rank weapon. Whether it was inside or outside, Yi Chun did not need to hide his gains. Only those who were not powerful enough would do so. Just like how he had sensed earlier, there were a couple of people who had bad intentions towards Jing Aoshuan. They thought that Jing Aoshuan did not have enough power, and that they could rob Jing Aoshuan's gains. TSK, you guys are just as lucky as Jing Aoshuan. She also got a whole set of top-rank weapons. Li Xiaoyun forced a smile as he shook his head. Oh, congratulations then. Yi Chun knew that with a whole set of top-rank weapons, Jing Aoshuan's power would increase by at least 1 level. Even among the master-level warriors, she would be one of the powerful ones and would be able to catch up with Lin Ku and Hai Wuya. Jing Aoshuan said, only with strength can you protect your own things. As she spoke, she glanced at the group of people who had just left and said, thank you. She knew that Yi Chun had purposely come to find them to warn those who harbored ill intentions. Without Yi Chun's deterrence, they were likely to be ambushed along the way. Murong Qingcheng said, we are also going back to the southern sector. Why don't you come with us? She had been wounded quite badly and would need a long time to recover. Plus, she felt that it was not just that group of people who had their eyes on Jing Aoshuan. A couple of unfamiliar top young warriors had their eyes on Jing Aoshuan as well. It should be known that a whole set of top-rank items was worth more than a normal semi-extreme rank item. It was impossible for it not to attract people's attention. All right then. Jing Aoxuan nodded. She knew that now was not the time to show off. Only when she returned to the Thunder Territory's Thunder Capital would she truly be safe. Ice Pavilion, mysterious ice cliff. A human shadow was walking towards the entrance of the cave on top of the cliff. It was a man with green hair wearing a green leather armor. He looked very handsome and determined. It was indeed Duan Lingya from the Ice Spirit Martial School, who had lost an arm to Yi Chun before. Right then, both of Duan Lingya's arms were perfectly fine, as if they had been reattached by someone with a secret art. However, judging from the frequency of his right arm swinging, it was obviously a bit uncoordinated. Soon, Duan Lingya arrived at the entrance of the cave. "Second uncle," Duan Lingya said with a loud voice. "Come in." A cold voice came from inside the cave. Hearing him, Duan Lingya walked into the cave. It was very spacious, and the environment inside was very simple. The walls and the ground were covered with thick ice layers. There was an ice platform in the middle of the cave, where a middle-aged man with white hair was sitting with his legs crossed, looking very cold. "What is it?" The middle-aged man opened his eyes, a gentle look flashing through his face. Duan Lingya kneeled on the ground suddenly. "Second uncle, please help me. I cannot take it any more." "What is going on? Just say it." The middle-aged man was shocked. He flashed his body and held Duan Lingya up. He was Duan Lingya's biological second uncle, named Duan Bingha. Duan Lingya's father was Duan Bingha's big brother, but he had died a long time ago. Duan Bingha, who did not have any children, had been taking good care of Duan Lingya, treating him like his own son. Duan Lingya reached out his right arm. "Second uncle, look." Duan Bingha looked at Duan Lingya's right arm and realized that there were a lot of blocked meridians in his right arm. It was soft, and the qi and blood were not coordinated. At the base of the right arm, there was a light blood-colored mark that caught Duan Bingha's attention. If he was not wrong, Duan Lingya's right arm had been cut off before. Although it had been reattached without some rare and precious medicines, this right arm would be useless. It could only be used for some simple physical work, and definitely not for battling. "Who cut off your right arm?" Duan Bingha yelled angrily. He had been in closed-door training all year round. Normally, no one would come and disturb him unless something happened. This closed-door training had lasted for about 1 to 2 years. Duan Lingya said, "It was Yi Chun." Duan Lingya told Duan Bingha all the information about Yi Chun. "Huh, such a vicious brat. It was just a training session, and he cut off one of your arms. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Duan Bingha was very dissatisfied. Duan Lingya was his nephew. If he had known about this, he would have cut off one of Yi Chen's arms for an eye for an eye. Duan Lingya forced a smile and told him about the Ice Pavilion hiring assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. In the beginning, Duan Lingya also thought that the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion would definitely be able to kill Yi Chun and capture Murong Qingcheng. However, after all the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion had been wiped out, he knew that no assassins in the whole continent could kill Yi Chun anymore. After all, the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion only had one chance to kill their target, and they couldn't keep on doing it. Apart from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, it was almost impossible to find an assassin who could kill Yi Chun. From the assassins who had set up the barriers, he knew that Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng were not afraid of assassination. If they wanted to kill him, it would be better to fight openly, which would increase their chances. After that, it was not that the Ice Pavilion had not thought of other ways, but Yi Chun had improved too fast. Every time they thought of a plan, they would get the news that Yi Chen's power had increased drastically, which made the original plan completely useless. As time went on, The Ice Pavilion had given up on killing Yi Chen since they did not have any half-step king warriors, and they did not have any master-level warriors who were very close to it. If they wanted to kill Yi Chen, they could not just go out and kill him, which would not only break the rules, but also make the Ice Pavilion infamous. As for Life and Death Realm warriors, it would be even more impossible. If people below the Life and Death Realm had not offended them, then Life and Death Realm warriors would not be able to kill them easily. Plus, Yi Chen had a powerful background. If they dared to touch a Life and Death Realm warrior, then the Dragon King would have a reason to attack the Ice Pavilion when he came out. Then, it would still be the Ice Pavilion that would suffer. Plus, Xianhou also thought highly of Yi Chen, which could be seen from the relationship between Yan Fengfeng and Yi Chen. Therefore, the leader of the Ice Pavilion would not be willing to deal with Yi Chen. One Duanlingya would not be worth it for him to do so, since the Ice Pavilion was a rank 5 martial institution. There were a lot of young martial geniuses, and there were even 1 or 2 young martial geniuses who were only slightly weaker than Duanlingya. Losing 1 Duanlingya would not be a big deal for the Ice Pavilion. After knowing the attitude of the Ice Pavilion, Duanlingya was completely disappointed. He thought of his second uncle, Duan Bingha, the left guard of the Ice Pavilion, ranked 31st in the master-level warrior ranking. His ice profound martial arts were very powerful, and some of Duanlingya's profound martial arts were learned from him. With Duan Bingha, Duanlingya did not think that Yi Chen would be able to do anything. He did not want him to die. He only wanted him to be like him, with only 1 right arm broken. An eye for an eye. Perfect. My Zhan Yuan has been accumulated to a limit, and I will not be able to increase it in a short period of time. So, I will go with you to meet that Yi Chen guy. From peak level late seas of Soul's realm to half-step king warrior, one would need to accumulate a lot of Zhen Yuan. Plus, because of the body's endurance, it would not be done in a short period of time. Duan Bingha was still very far away from half-step king warrior, and only his Zhen Yuan was richer than normal peak-level late seas of Soul's realm warriors. It was also the reason why he was ranked 31st in the master-level warrior ranking. Thank you, second uncle. Duanlingya was overjoyed. Duan Bingha laughed. Since when did you learn to be polite with me? I am your second uncle. You have been bullied, so of course I will stand up for you. Plus, you are the number 1 martial genius of our Duan family in hundreds of years. Losing your right arm would definitely affect your progress. I will make him pay. He had already planned to make Yi Chen pay the same price first, and then try his best to find a great medicine for Duanlingya's right arm. Although it was very precious, it was not impossible to find. It would just take a bit of time. Let's go take a rest. After flying on the puppet for a week, Yi Chen did not really care about it, but Murong Qingcheng was wounded quite badly and had almost lost all of her battling power. Rushing like this would definitely affect her a bit. Li Xiaoyan said, "There is a town down there. Let's go there and rest." The town was called the Ancient Cloud Town. Although it was called a town, it actually had a lot of people, at least 100,000. It was located at the edge of a huge mountain range, and there were a lot of warriors coming and going. The 5 of them jumped off the flying puppet and landed on the flat ground outside of the town. Entering the town, they could see warriors selling beast pellets and materials everywhere. There were also some shops selling pellets and weapons on the side of the street. It looked very prosperous. They are the most important part of the warrior world. Li Xiaoyan said emotionally. Yi Chen nodded. There were billions of people in this true spirit continent, and there were at least tens of billions of warriors above the condensing reality realm. Without these normal warriors, there would be no way to maintain the normal development of the warrior world. If it were not for him, The Yi Chen in this world would probably only be a normal warrior in the warrior world. If he was lucky, he might be able to live to a natural death, but if he was unlucky, he might be killed at any moment. The biggest restaurant in the ancient cloud town was in the center of the town. The five of them walked over. "Dear guests, please go to the third floor." The waiter bowed as he led the way. Arriving at the third floor, the five of them chose a table near the window and sat down. In the next room, Duan Lingya said, "Second uncle, they are here." "He is Yi Chun, so young." Duan Bingha released his soul power without holding back, covering the whole restaurant. "Someone is watching us." Murong Qingcheng and the other three frowned. Yi Chun had already noticed Duan Lingya. He said lightly, "Since we are already here, we might as well go with the flow. Let's see what they are going to do." Pap, pap. Footsteps were heard, and two human figures walked out of the room. "You are Yi Chun?" A light white chi flow came out of Duan Bingha's body. It was like crystal and silk, if observed carefully. One could see that every trace of white chi flow was reflecting the surroundings, giving people a very sharp feeling. It was a technique of turning Zhen Yuan into silk. Jing Aoshuan reminded, "He is Duan Bingha, the left keeper of the Ice Pavilion, ranked 31st in the Master Level Warrior ranking. Be careful." They did not know how powerful Yi Chun was yet, but judging from the ranking, it was necessary for Yi Chun to be careful. Taking a sip of tea, Yi Chun said, "I don't want to hurt you. You should go." Chapter 643. Yi Chun didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Ice Pavilion. That was why he had only cut off Duan Lingya's right arm. With the power of a rank 5 martial institution, they would definitely have a way to put it back. As for whether or not Duan Lingya could recover to his peak condition, it was not something he should worry about. Duan Bingha was the left enforcer of the Ice Pavilion, a top warrior of the Ice Pavilion. If Yi Chun killed him, it would definitely raise the anger of the Ice Pavilion. However, the premise was that they would not be too aggressive. Otherwise, even if Yi Chun didn't kill them, they would at least make them enjoy the same treatment as Duan Lingya. There were not many high-level warriors in the restaurant, but it did not mean that they were ignorant. They had heard about Duan Bingha and Yi Chun. One was called the Cold Master by the World, ranked 31st in the Master Warriors ranking list, while the other was a peerless genius, ranked 48th in the Master Warriors ranking list. It could be said that they were against each other. Hearing Yi Chun say that he did not want to hurt Duan Bingha, they were all shocked. They could not help but look at Duan Bingha, wanting to see his reaction. "You do not want to hurt me?" Duan Bingha pulled out a cold smile. "Young man, do not be too arrogant, and do not bite off more than you can chew. This time, I am not here to kill you. I am here to cut off your right arm. I advise you to accept the reality and not to struggle for nothing." "Cutting off my right arm? Are you planning to take revenge for Duan Lingya?" Yi Chun squinted his eyes. "Don't you think it is too cruel to cut off someone else's arm in a martial competition? I am here to teach you how to be a man." Duan Bingha's palm was covered in a layer of ice crystals. The structure of the ice crystals was different from normal ice crystals. It was harder, like a diamond. Yi Chun glanced at Duan Lingya. "What if I say that it was Duan Lingya's fault, and that the battle between us was not a martial competition? What do you think?" Duan Bingha did not listen to Yi Chun's explanation at all. He said, "Save your breath. This time, I am here to cut off your arm. As for whether it is my nephew's fault or not, it is up to me to decide." Upon hearing that, Yi Chun chuckled softly. If Duan Bingha was provoked by Duan Lingya, then he would only wound him at most, and would not do anything to him. However, it was obvious that whether or not Duan Lingya provoked Duan Bingha, he was prepared to cut off one of his arms anyway. If that was the case, then there was no need for him to be a nice person anymore. Since that's the case, make your move. Yichen put down the teacup. Brat, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for not knowing when to stop. Duanbingha's body flashed. His ice crystal hand tore through the space, turning into a blurry shadow as it attacked towards Yi Chun. Wherever the ice crystal hand went, the water yuan qi in the air froze into tiny ice crystals, scattering everywhere. If Duanbingha had not controlled it on purpose, the entire restaurant would have been frozen within a second. Of course, although the attacking range of the ice crystal hand had been reduced by a lot, the explosive power was much stronger. There was no such thing as holding back. Clang! Yichen was still sitting on the chair. He took out his gold sword and casually waved it. A thin gold mark flashed in the air for 1/100th of a blink of an eye. The next second, Duanbingha's right arm was separated from his body. His right arm, which was covered in ice crystals, flew out of the window and landed on the plaza in the middle of the restaurant. That huge plaza twisted a little bit and was instantly covered by a thick layer of frost. The frost spread everywhere, and the ancient cloud town was filled with screams and screams. What? Duanlingya, who was gloating, had his mouth wide open. He could not believe his own eyes. My right arm is broken? Duanbingha looked at the gold sword in Yi Chen's hand, and then at where his right arm used to be. He mumbled to himself, as if he had not realized what had happened yet. No, my right arm! Screaming out loud, Duanbingha looked crazy. He had said that he was going to cut off Yi Chen's right arm, but it turned out to be him. The extreme contrast had almost made him break down. It was like a powerful warrior saying that he was going to teach a young warrior a lesson, but he ended up being taught a lesson by the young warrior. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yichen said casually, I gave you a chance, but you did not take it. You were so unreasonable that you wanted to cut off my right arm. Of course, I would not be merciful. Luckily, you did not say that you were going to kill me. Otherwise, you would not have just lost your right arm, but your life. Duanlingya, take your uncle and leave. I do not want to see you in the next 10 breaths. Yichen looked at Duanlingya, his killing intent spreading out. You. Duanlingya wanted to say something harsh, but looking at Yi Chen's eyes, he could not help but shiver. He knew very well that if he dared to say one more word, he would definitely be killed. Holding Duanbingha up, Duanlingya flew out with a pale face. Before he left, he made a grabbing gesture with his hand, and the right arm that was covered in ice appeared in his hand. He then brought Duanbingha and disappeared into the horizon without a trace. It seems like I have underestimated you. Li Xiaoyan gasped. Duanbingha from the Cold Martial School, who was ranked 31st on the master-level warrior ranking, was not able to handle one sword attack from Yi Chen and lost his right arm with just one sword attack. If he was not shocked, then he must have a mental problem. Li Xiaoyan's girlfriend, Xin, felt her body going numb as well. She came from the underground world and majored in mind power. Her observation ability was twice as powerful as Li Xiaoyan's. However, just now, when Yi Chun threw out that sword attack, she felt like she was blinded for a second, and her mind power caught nothing. Needless to say, Jingyao Xuan was also shocked. Even Murong Qingqing was very emotional. Yi Chen's spiritual sword had become even faster. It was 10% faster than when he was in the Murong family and 5% faster than when he was battling with Xia Hozuan. But it was not a small difference, as it meant victory. After resting for a night in the ancient Cloud Town's restaurant, the five continued their journey the next morning. The leader of the top 9 martial schools, inside the surreal martial school, Zun, you have to go to the altar to train the space profound. It was the headmaster of the surreal martial school, an elder in yellow robes. Headmaster, I have made up my mind, Xia Hozuan said with respect. Being able to become the headmaster of the school, the elder in yellow was not a normal master-level warrior. He was a half-step king warrior, and his power was at least a couple of times more powerful than Xia Hozuan's. The elder in yellow could tell that Xia Hozuan had been through something out there, which was why he could not wait to make a breakthrough. He reminded him, although you have trained the space profound on the altar before, it was only for a short time. This time, you will be training for a long time, and it will be quite dangerous. The surreal space is colorless and odorless, and there is no sense of anything. Without a powerful will, it will be easy for you to get lost in there. If I cannot even handle this kind of difficulty, then I do not deserve to be the head disciple of the surreal martial school, Xia Hozuan said with determination. All right, you go then. Be careful. Headmaster, I will go now. Xia Hozuan took a step into the portal, disappearing without a trace. In the middle of the surreal space, there was a white gold altar with 6 pillars standing on its edge. Each of them was shining with a pure light, protecting the altar inside. This white gold altar was very similar to the undying altar in the underground world, except for the color. Shoo! A human figure suddenly appeared on the altar. It was indeed Xia Hozuan. Sitting in the middle of the altar, Xia Hozuan could feel that he had been separated from the outside world. In here, he could not feel anything, and all he could see was nothingness. If he stayed in this kind of environment for a long time, it would be very easy for him to get lost in there. This time, if I do not train my void-shattering finger art to completion, I will not get out. From 90% to 100%, the difficulty of the breakthrough was no less than learning the space profound. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. But of course, once it was done, the increase in battling power would not be just a little bit, but more than double. Without realizing it, 1 month had passed. On top of the cloud, Mist Mountain, Yi Chen was training his sword art. Yi Chen's sword art was very fast, so fast that it was countless times faster than the wind on the mountaintop. With each sword attack, one could not even see the sword's shadow, only leaving behind a thin mark. Because of the speed of the sword, before those marks disappeared completely, there would be new ones appearing, which made the marks around Yi Chen get more and more densely packed. It was like a ball that had wrapped Yi Chen inside. On top of a mountain dozens of miles away from the cloud Mist Mountain, Long Bai and the leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng, stood together. He has improved so fast. Long Bai sighed. Mo Feng said, I will go test him. Mo Feng's weapon was also a sword, a white one. His body flashed once, and dozens of miles of distance disappeared within a second. Mo Feng arrived above Yi Chen's head and threw out a sword attack. This sword attack was extremely sharp, and the sword light was like a long white dragon that fell from the sky. The intense white light shone out in all directions. Good timing. Yi Chen already knew that Long Bai and Mo Feng were watching him train, so he was not surprised at all. His step art changed as he threw out a sword attack. Boom! The space shook, and the space between the two started to twist. All right, take this. White Dragon 4 movement. Mo Feng's body moved around, traveling around Yi Chen. The white longsword in his hand was as fast as white lightning, attacking towards Yi Chen again and again. Yi Chen's body did not move, but he easily blocked out the incoming sword light. At the critical moment, he threw out a fierce counterattack, forcing Mo Feng to back out. Such a fast sword. Mo Feng frowned slightly. As the leader of the White Dragon Palace, he was more powerful than the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace. In fact, among the 5 palaces, the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Zhang Zhengguang, was the weakest. The powerful ones would not be able to be the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace. and Mo Feng's power was at least the second among the other four palace leaders. The only one who was more powerful than him would be the leader of the Azure Dragon Palace. Tornado Cloud Attack. Mo Feng performed his most powerful ace attack. He knew that he would not be able to hurt Yi Chun, so he did not care at all. Awoo! As soon as he slashed out, the sword light condensed into a white dragon, which roared towards the sky. It was an extremely profound Zhen Yuan transformation, which already contained part of the essence of a dragon. It was no longer just a simple transformation. The white dragon circled in the air, bringing with it a berserk cloud chi as it ferociously attacked Yi Chun. Its speed could no longer be seen by the naked eye, and one could only see a white light flash by. Thunder Devour. Yi Chun threw out a sword attack as well. Silver lightning flowed along the body of the sword. When it reached the tip of the sword, it naturally gathered together and formed into a thunderball. The thunderball was not perfect, as it was missing a small piece, which caused some of the power to leak out. But compared to a month ago, the Thunder Devour right now gave people a feeling that it could destroy everything. It was as if the thunder had descended to the world, destroying all the filth in the world. Boom! The thunderball and the white dragon clashed together, creating a shock wave that spread out in all directions. If it were not for the two's control, everything within dozens of miles would have been destroyed. Pap! The thunderball was too powerful. The white dragon looked like it was being devoured by the thunder. It started to crack inch by inch, unable to stop the thunderball at all. After destroying the white dragon, the thunderball exploded and blew Mo Feng away. Entry completion of Thunder Profound. Mo Feng was shocked. He could tell that Yi Chun had controlled his power on purpose. Otherwise, that sword attack would have wounded him badly or even killed him. Chapter 644. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Mo Feng flashed once and flew over. I did not expect you to have trained your Thunder Profound to the entry level. In this whole world, there would not be many Master Level C of Soul's Realm warriors who could beat you. Profound Sense was different from martial arts. Although martial arts could be divided into entry level, completion level, and completion level, they were all about the mastery of techniques and profound sense. However, profound sense was very simple and pure. It was about the understanding of the element. One would be one, and two would be two. Combined with techniques, it would form a martial art. In other words, profound sense was the foundation of profound sense martial arts. Without a high level of profound sense, the martial arts created would not be that powerful. It was just like building the foundation of a building. Without a good foundation, the building would be greatly affected, and it would be impossible to build it well. Training profound sense to the entry level was already very powerful. As for the completion level, even a lot of life and death realm warriors would not be able to reach it. The completion level would be the limit of the profound sense, which meant that one of the elements had already reached the end. Then, it would be the natural law. Yi Chun chuckled and said casually, "As far as I know, there is already one warrior who has trained his profound sense to the entry level. Right now, there might be more." When Bai Wuxue and Xia Hozuan battled, Bai Wuxue's Wood Profound had already reached the entry level. That Life Shield and Life Spear were both based on the Wood Profound, with the Life Profound as support. Their defensive and attacking power were both very shocking. After half a year, Bai Wuxue should have made it even further. Mo Feng was not that old, even a couple of years younger than Long Bai. He sighed, "Within 10 years, there will be a life and death realm warrior in your generation, perhaps even earlier." Although he had been living in the South Rudra Martial School for a long time, he was still very well informed. Some of the martial genius's improvements were simply unimaginable. One change in a couple of months had formed a healthy competition. Shoo! Long Bai flew over. Yi Chen, you have grown to this level in just a couple of years. It is beyond all of our expectations. Long Bai thought to herself. Yi Chen said, many thanks to Sect Leader Long and Hall Leader Mo for protecting the Yi family. If Dragon God Celestial Palace has any difficulties in the future, Yi Chen will not shirk his duty. Without Long Bai and Mo Feng, Yi Chen would definitely be worried about the Yi family and the Sky Cloud Martial School, and would not be able to concentrate on training. In other words, although the Dragon God Celestial Palace did not reward him directly, it was nothing compared to protecting the Yi family. Mo Feng said, what you have today is all because of your own hard work. Although we can protect the Yi family and the Sky Cloud Martial School, if you don't work hard enough or have no talent, everything would be for naught. However, right now, the Dragon God Celestial Palace is indeed in trouble. Oh, what difficulties? Yi Chen was a little surprised. A worried expression appeared on Long Bai's face as she said, you should know that this is my great-grandfather's second closed-door training. The first time, he came out after a year. This time, it's been almost 2 years. The forces in the Eastern Shallow Sea are beginning to stir. Don't tell me they dare to attack the Dragon God Celestial Palace? Long Bai said, not necessarily. But although a full-scale war is impossible to break out, some small battles are unavoidable. Just the Blood Battle Ocean alone has already broken out twice in a year. Our Dragon God Celestial Palace has lost more than 300 astral reaching experts, 20 Sea of Souls realm experts, and 3 Sea of Souls realm master level warriors. The other 4 forces casualties added together are twice that of our Dragon God Celestial Palace. But they have the advantage in numbers. So, on average, the casualties are much lower. So many have died. Yi Chen's voice sank. For a rank 5 martial school, astral reaching experts, and Sea of Souls realm warriors were the true combatants. Astral reaching experts and below would not participate in the battles, since their individual power was too weak. Even if there were thousands of them, it would not make much of a difference. Instead, it would slow down the speed of the battle. Plus, the martial geniuses below the astral reaching realm were the foundation of a martial school. Only when the foundation was strong enough could there be an endless stream of astral reaching experts, and even Sea of Souls realm warriors. Therefore, they would naturally not be allowed to participate in the battles. Mo Feng said, after a while, I might have to return to the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Just in case, I will not be able to protect your Yi family and Sky Cloud Martial School anymore. Yi Chen said, no need to worry. I have already finished my training. In the future, I will not leave the South Rudra region as often as I can. Reaching his realm, he did not need much training anymore. Just the Battle of Geniuses would allow him to improve a lot. Right now, what he lacked the most was time. Only with enough time would he be able to create more powerful, profound sense martial arts. That's good. Mo Feng and Long Bai's hearts were heavy. Yi Chen said again, if the situation becomes critical, I can work for the Dragon God Celestial Palace anytime. As long as there was no all-out war, Yi Chen thought that he could be of some help. Plus, he also wanted to see Su Jing. It had been a couple of years already. Long Bai laughed. It's good that you have the heart. I think there is no need for you to go. She was very confident about the Dragon God Celestial Palace. She thought that the situation in front of her was only temporary. As long as her great-grandfather came out, everything would be solved. The world of martial geniuses was built with loneliness and blood. All the martial geniuses who thought that they had the chance to shine were all working hard. They might be exploring ancient ruins, searching for treasures, or training hard to increase their cultivation. Of course, there were also some martial geniuses who liked to make breakthroughs through killing. North Region, Biming family's secret training field, hundreds of fireballs shot out from the 8 red totem pillars. They were only the size of a fist, but they were extremely fast. Because of the density, there would be 2 fireballs colliding with each other from time to time, causing a chain explosion. The shockwave spread out in all directions. Biming Hui, who was in the middle of the 8 pillars, had blood dripping out of his mouth. He kept waving that long spear in his hand, either pointing, sweeping, or stabbing. But for some reason, he did not use any wide-range attacks, only using normal spear arts. Faster, faster. I need to go faster. Biming Huey's spear art was no longer in a straight line, but in an unpredictable curve. But no matter how fast his spear art was, it would still be impossible for him to shatter hundreds of fireballs at once. He could only use his eyes to judge which fireballs were the most threatening and would cause a chain explosion. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The totem pillars continued to shoot out fist-sized fireballs. Although most of them had been pierced through by Biming Hui, some of them still managed to land on his protective Zhenyuan layer, bringing up waves of explosions and sparks everywhere. Standing in the center of the explosion, Biming Huey's chi and blood shook violently. His 5 senses disappeared, and his whole body seemed to have returned to his mother's body. Break! Opening his eyes abruptly, Biming Huey's eyes were extremely sharp, shining with a deep light that seemed to be able to see through everything. He twisted his right arm, and the long spear disappeared immediately, shooting out 4 to 5 curved silver light beams that pierced through the fireballs one after another. It was like he was threading a needle. Whew! All of a sudden, all of the fireballs shot out by the southeast pillar were shattered. The pillar seemed to have sensed it and sunk into the ground. Right after that, Biming Hui broke through the fireballs shot out by the south pillar, causing it to sink as well. Southwest, west, northwest, north, the 8 totem pillars sunk into the ground one after another. Biming Hui stood there with his spear in hand, his aura powerful. Ha ha! I have finally created a new sky bank. Since it is based on the original one, I will call it the second movement of Sky Bank. Biming Hui laughed out loud. The original Sky Bank was too simple. It was fine for normal warriors, but not for young warriors who were at the same level as him. It would be even more impossible for it to work against warriors like Yi Chun, who had super fast sword arts and super fast reflexes. However, the second movement of the Sky Bank was different. This spear attack used the flexibility of the long spear, allowing it to hit 4 to 5 targets at once. There were curves and straight lines in the spear art, and even Biming Hui himself would not be able to control it completely. He could only change it as he wished. Yi Chen, you must not have thought that I could make a breakthrough this fast. I have created the second movement of Sky Bank based on the foundation of the Sky Bank. Although the average attacking power of the second movement has been lowered, with 4 to 5 attacks added together, it would be twice as powerful as the original one. I will beat you first. Then I will challenge the top 5 young warriors. Biming Hui could not wait to beat Yi Chun, and after beating Yi Chun, his next goal would be to become one of the top 5 young warriors. After taking a couple of steps, Biming Hui suddenly stopped. I have made progress, but it does not mean that others have not. I have not mastered the second movement yet, so it might not be safe. I need to be absolutely safe before I go. Plus, challenging him right now would not be sensational enough. I will beat him in front of everyone and let them know that I, Biming Hui, am the most glorious martial genius in this world. After making up his mind, Biming Hui controlled his urge. Beating him sooner or later would be the same, and the latter would be more suitable for him. The top 4 families, the Dugu family, There was a forbidden place in the Dugu family, which was a strange cave. It was pitch black inside, and one would not even be able to see their own fingers. Even soul power could not be spread out, and all 5 senses would be lost. Standing very far away from the entrance of the cave, one would be able to sense the creepy chi that was spreading out from the entrance. It was a chi that contained all sorts of negative emotions: pessimism, pain, sadness, and sorrow, all of these emotions combined together. And those who did not have a strong willpower would fall into despair and kill themselves. Therefore, normally when people from the Dugu family passed by this place, they would take a detour. They did not want to be stained by this horrifying chi, which would affect their mental state. The higher the cultivation, the more one would be afraid of the inner demon. Once it was activated, even a king warrior would have to pay a heavy price. As the saying went, the better the better. Inside the cave, it was pitch black. No one had noticed that there was a human figure sitting inside, enduring the endless negative emotions with a twisted expression on his face. Ju, take revenge for the Dugu family. Xiao Ju, I will leave first. You are a murderous demon. In Dugu Ju's mind, everything that he did not want to see appeared in his mind, and he could not tell if it was real or not. Ah, a loud scream was heard, and the sound spread out of the forbidden place. On top of a building a couple of miles away from the cave, a middle-aged man looked over worriedly. The evil demon cave was a forbidden place for sealing evil demons. The chi that came out of it was something that even life and death realm warriors would not dare to underestimate. For a long time, the evil demon cave had been a place to punish people who had committed crimes. Before, Duguju had only trained outside of the cave, not daring to go in. Ju, do not disappoint me. The middle-aged man mumbled to himself. Chapter 645. It was June, the rainy season of the Windy Nation. The sky was gray, and it was drizzling. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow over, and the raindrops would float in the air, forming beautiful arcs. The peak of the misty mountain was covered in clouds and mist all year round. Only when the rainy season came would the mist dissipate a lot, showing its true face to the nature. Sitting on a huge rock on the mountain peak, Yi Chun did not activate his protective Zhen Yuan and just let the rain fall on his body. Since he was trying to understand the nature, it would be best for him to be in close contact with it. The mountain peak was not flat. As the rain increased, some of the depressions had turned into puddles. The puddles were all over the place, big or small, deep or shallow. The raindrops fell into the puddles, bringing up circles of different sizes of ripples. Yi Chun stared at these ripples closely, sinking into the ethereal state. Pitter-patter, the ripples were born, expanded, disappeared, just like that. After an unknown period of time, Yi Chun let out a deep breath and came out of the ethereal state. Nature is indeed mysterious. Even the most ordinary details can make people ponder deeply. However, when ordinary people see it, they can at most create some ordinary martial arts. Only warriors with high cultivation can create profound martial arts that far surpass their imagination. In the past, he wouldn't have felt anything when he saw the rain. However, after creating the gold pattern, he began to dabble in the profound of water. In his eyes, the sky was like a supreme sword artist, and the rain was the trajectory of the sword. The ripples created by the raindrops falling into the puddles were the manifestation of the sword's might. Each raindrop was an attack, and thousands upon thousands of raindrops were thousands upon thousands of attacks. Yi Chun was shocked. His body floated in the air. Yi Chun took out a normal long sword and started to practice his sword art. Every time he waved his sword, it would bring up a circle of transparent gold pattern. It was the gold pattern. It could be seen that even though the power of the golden ripple hadn't increased by much, it was much smoother and smoother when used. The topic of geniuses never stopped. In a certain restaurant in a certain city in the Tianwu domain, a large number of peak cultivators gathered together. As they drank, they discussed. The scene was very lively. Have you heard? Recently, two new geniuses appeared in the Sky Martial region. One is called Helian Wuhua, and the other is called Shangguan Fei. I've long heard about it. When the fourth floor of the treasure, Holy Pagoda, opened, they also went in. At that time, they were unknown and hidden in the dark. Now that they have come out, it is obvious that they think that their strength is sufficient. If Yi Chun were here, he would definitely know who they were talking about, Helian Wuhua and Shangguan Fei. When they were attacking the fourth floor of the palace, there were dozens of top young geniuses that he did not know. Among them, there were three who were the strongest. Besides Sidu Hao, the other two were obviously Helian Wuhua and Shangguan Fei. I've heard about it too. Both of them are amazing. Helian Wuhua had defeated the 69th ranked Master Fire Cloud, while Shangguan Fei had defeated the 63rd ranked Master He Shui. One of them used 3 attacks, and the other used 4. Both of them are incredibly powerful. I cannot believe that the ranking is going to change again in less than a year. I think there will be a lot of young geniuses in this ranking. Of course, but you guys still do not know about this. Half a month ago, there was another young warrior named Situ, who had challenged another master on the ranking. He had defeated his opponent with only 1 attack. Who did he defeat? 1 attack. That master must not have a high ranking, right? Otherwise, how could he have been defeated with only 1 attack? Someone asked. You are all ignorant. The master that Situ Hao had defeated was none other than Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master. What? Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master? Everyone was shocked. Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master was not a normal master. On the ranking, he was ranked 33, which was 15 ranks higher than Yi Chun. Situ Hao had defeated him with only 1 sword attack. That kind of power was unimaginable. It was 10 times more shocking than Helian Wuhua and Shangguan Fei. Did you remember it right? How could he beat Tu Yuan with only 1 attack? Why would I lie to you? I was there at the time. I saw him reach out his finger, and the long sword on his back came out of its scabbard on its own, wounding Tu Yuan badly. Controlling the sword to attack the enemy. This is a long-lost sword art. I cannot believe Situ Hao had learned it. Situ Hao's horrifying power had formed a deep impression in everyone's mind for the first time. Dong, dong, dong. Rushed footsteps were heard from the stairs as a human figure walked up quickly. Hurry! Bai Minghui is challenging one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Lin Chaonan. What are you guys waiting for? That person said hurriedly. What? Bai Minghui is challenging Lin Chaonan. Let's go. Who was Lin Chaonan? He was one of the top 3 blade artists, ranked 19 on the ranking. His power was definitely at the same level as the top 5 young warriors. Bai Minghui had just become famous at the beginning of the year, and it had only been half a year since he had dared to challenge Lin Chaonan. It was definitely shocking news. Without even taking the stairs, everyone flew out of the window. As they flew out of the restaurant, they saw a lot of human figures flying out of the city. All of a sudden, all of the warriors in the city started to move. 30 miles outside of the city, there was a long river. A lot of warriors had already gathered by the riverside, creating a huge crowd. I wonder what Bai Minghui was thinking. Even if he had to pick someone, he should have picked a weaker one. Why did he have to pick Lin Chaonan? I guess he was just too full of himself. He wanted to become famous overnight. Lin Chaonan was ranked 19 after all. Beating him would be enough to prove that he was one of the top 5 young warriors. he would be able to beat Yi Chun and Dugu Ju. You are right, but I do not think he will win. Me too. Lin Chaonan was way too important in everyone's mind. Not to mention Bai Minghui, even Yi Chun would not be able to win. In their opinion, among the top 5 young warriors, besides Bai Wuxiue and Lu Xiaoyu, the other 3 would only be around the same level as Lin Chaonan. Since the ranking was close, then the power gap would not be that big. In the sky, 2 human figures were facing each other. Lin Chaonan, who was carrying a long blade on his back, said coldly, "Bai Minghui, I admit that you are a top martial genius, but it is still too early for you to challenge me." Bai Minghui chuckled lightly. Shen Qianlang had been beaten by Xiao Chuhe twice. This time, it will be your turn. But I am a spear user, so I will not compete for the top 3 master-level blade artists. Lin Chaonan frowned. Are you sure that you want to challenge me? I will not go easy on you. If I make a mistake, I might wound you badly. He had decided to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if everyone came to challenge him, he would be busy to death. Don't worry. Facing me, you will have to use all of your power. After Bai Minghui had created his second movement, he had spent some time training it, but he still needed to use it on his opponent. Otherwise, he would not be able to see the flaws. But right now, he would not challenge Yi Chun. He needed another powerful opponent to train his second movement. It would not be good if it was too weak, and he would not be confident if it was too powerful. Therefore, he picked Lin Chaonan. Since you are this confident, then cut the crap and let's begin. Lin Chaonan did not take out his blade as he looked at Bai Minghui coldly. Not taking out your blade. A smile appeared on Bai Minghui's face as his long spear suddenly attacked out. It was like a silver flood dragon attacking toward Lin Chaonan. So fast, Lin Chaonan had miscalculated a bit. His body backed out quickly as he took out his long blade, blocking in front of the silver flood dragon's horn. Boom! The shockwave spread out, and Lin Chaonan looked a bit worse for wear. Let's use all of our power. Otherwise, I will not be interested in you at all. Before, his opponent had underestimated him, so Bai Minghui could definitely beat him with one attack. But he did not do so. He needed his opponent to use all of his power in order to test out the power of his second movement. As you wish. Lin Chaonan looked a bit more serious. This Bai Minghui did not seem to be easy to deal with. He had underestimated him a bit. Moon cut. The blade glowed with a bright moonlight. Lin Chaonan arched his body, and like a bouncing star, his speed was unimaginable. While he was in the air, he slashed down with his blade. The blade could not be seen at all. It was like a ray of moonlight. Not bad. Not bad. Bai Minghui nodded with satisfaction. Sky Bank. Without performing the second movement, Bai Minghui shook his right arm, and the long spear stabbed out at an extremely fast speed. Because of its extreme speed, his hand disappeared along with the long spear, as if it had disappeared into the surreal space. Ting! The invisible spear light landed on Lin Chaonan's blade light, blowing him backward. Lin Chaonan, the previous 2 attacks were just warm-up. This next attack will be my real power. Watch carefully. His body jumped out as Bai Minghui performed his ace attack. The long spear disappeared again, shooting out 5 curved silver light beams. It was so beautiful that everyone watching could not help but moan. Ting! Lin Chaonan had only blocked out 1 of them, and the remaining 4 landed on his chest, stomach, right arm, and leg. Pooh! Puking out a mouthful of blood, the long blade in Lin Chaonan's hand went out of control. It spun in the air before finally stabbing into the wall of a mountain. Lin Chaonan lost. The result was so shocking that no one could believe their own eyes. He really lost. Since when did this Bai Minghui become this powerful? Even Lin Chaonan is not his opponent. Doesn't that mean that he is already one of the top 5 young warriors? I thought that Yi Chun would be the one with the highest chance. I did not expect Bai Ming Hui to be one step ahead. This is really unexpected. While everyone was discussing, Lin Chaonan stood on top of the mountain where the long blade was stabbed into. He looked at Bai Ming Hui in disbelief, his face blank. Bai Ming Hui's voice was heard. "Very good. You are indeed one of the top 3 master-level blade artists. You managed to block out one attack. It seems like it was the right choice to test my power on you." Test my power? Lin Chaonan was angry and bitter at the same time. Even he had not expected that he would lose to a young warrior who had just become famous at the beginning of the year. "Being able to be my test target, you should be proud enough." Bai Ming Hui did not even look at Lin Chaonan's expression as he carried the long spear on his back and flew into the distance, soon disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 646. The news of Lin Chaonan losing to Bai Ming Hui had spread across the whole Sky Martial region in just 1 month. It was extremely fast, and it was not hard to imagine how shocked everyone was. Lin Chaonan lost to Bai Ming Hui. When Xiao Chuha heard the news, he looked very surprised. His next target was Lin Chaonan, since they were both blade artists and one of the top 3 master-level blade artists. He could not ignore Lin Chaonan, but unfortunately, Bai Ming Hui was 1 step faster than him. "It seems like I have to change my plan. Before challenging Lu Xiaoyu, I will clear out all the obstacles first." Xiao Chuha was also one of the top 3 master-level blade artists. If Bai Ming Hui had beaten Lin Chaonan, it would definitely make people think that they might not be able to compete with him. Challenging Lu Xiaoyu with this kind of status was not something that Xiao Chuha wanted to see. Brother Lin lost. The head of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Siep Baiting, had also heard the news. He was a bit surprised before returning to normal. For him, this kind of thing was not that strange anymore. In the past decades, besides him, who had always been one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, the other 2 had all been replaced. He had also beaten the previous head of the top 3 master-level blade artists, taking his place. "It is getting more and more interesting." Siep Baiting smiled. He could vaguely feel that it would be the time for all the martial geniuses to explode. Right now, it was just the beginning. Lin Chaonan lost. Compared to Siep Baiting's calmness, a bit of bitterness appeared on Shen Qianlong's face. He had already sensed that this era belonged to the young generation, but he did not expect it to come this fast. Right now, even Lin Chaonan had lost. How many old men would be able to stop him? Right now, it is still not enough. I will let them be arrogant for a while. Chu Zhongtian was very calm. He did not plan to be too arrogant in the next 1 or 2 years because he knew that it was not the right time yet. To be arrogant, one would need power to back it up. Without power, it would be called arrogance and ignorance. If Yi Chun were to hear what Chu Zhongtian had said, he would definitely sigh at how terrifying he was. If the previous Chu Zhongtian was an erupting volcano with a strong presence, then the current Chu Zhongtian was a supervolcano that was accumulating power. Once he had accumulated enough power, he would erupt with unprecedented brilliance and shock the world. No matter what kind of expression everyone had after hearing the news, Bai Ming Hui was definitely at the top of his game right now. His fame was more than enough to compete with the top 5 young warriors, and had even surpassed Yi Chun and De Guju. All of the young warriors from the North region had started to treat him as their leader. The rain was still falling, and Yi Chun was completely immersed in his swordsmanship. His figure moved around in the air, and the sword light circled around him. It was visible to the naked eye that the speed at which the rain fell seemed to slow down, as if it was moving in slow motion. As for Yi Chun, His movements were as smooth as flowing water. He was not affected at all. Pop, pop, pop. Circles of golden pattern spread out, with Yi-chun as the starting point. The rain that was touched by the golden pattern was instantly turned into nothingness, and a permanent rainless area appeared. He has become even more powerful. These days, Immortal would come to check every couple of days. At least before he left, he needed to see Yi-chen's real power. No, he only needed 70 to 80% of it. He was not as optimistic as Long Bai. The dragon god, Celestial Palace, would have to go through a huge battle, and a lot of people would die in that battle. Without a doubt, if Yi-chen joined the battle, they would have a higher chance of winning. Without a king warrior present, Yi-chen would definitely be their ace. Therefore, he needed to know exactly how powerful Yi-chen was. It was easy to tell that Yi-chen was improving every day. Just the sword art that he had just performed was enough to shock Immortal. Each of Yi-chen's sword attacks was equivalent to a killing attack, and within that second, his opponent had thrown out at least dozens of sword attacks. Dozens of killing attacks stacked on top of each other. It was almost invincible. How did he do it? Immortal looked at the rain in the sky, and then at Yi-chen. Right then, in his eyes, Yi-chen seemed to have merged with the heaven and earth. Still not enough. I still want more. Yi-chen himself was not satisfied yet. He felt that this attack was not complete yet, and that there was still a huge space for improvement. The sound shook the rain up as Yi-chen gathered his Zhenyuan and threw out a sword attack. A shocking scene happened. The golden pattern that was spreading out in a circle suddenly changed, turning into an oval shape and stretching out. The gentle golden light spread out in all directions. The mountains behind the misty mountain were cut down one after another. The cuts looked like they had been polished meticulously, making them look unstoppable. All right, what should I call this attack? Immortal yelled out. Yi-chen shook his head. It's still a bit lacking. It only has 30 to 40% of its power. Let's call it Gold Fury. The Gold Fury was actually the upgraded version of the gold pattern, which was equivalent to dozens of gold pattern fusing together and attacking toward the target. But of course, these dozens of gold pattern were not the complete version. Otherwise, it would be way too powerful, and Yi-chen would not be able to create such a horrifying attack. This gold pattern only had 1/10 of the power of the complete gold pattern, but after being fused together, it would be a couple times more powerful than the original gold pattern. Plus, it was still incomplete. This powerful, but it only has 30 to 40% of its power. Immortal gasped. This Gold Fury could kill him a couple of times already. Among them, there was the sharpness of the gold and the power of the water. Yi-chen chuckled. He had already made full use of the knowledge that the rain had given him. He was now able to shoot out dozens of gold pattern attacks within a second, and even without merging them, a single gold pattern attack would still have 1/3 of the power of the complete gold pattern attack. Therefore, in these 2 months, he had learned 2 ace attacks. The first one was to perform the gold pattern continuously. The second one was the Gold Fury. If the gold ripple was said to be dominated by the profound of metal and supplemented by the profound of water, then the gold hurricane was a combination of the profound of metal and the profound of water. There was no dominant one. Letting out a breath, Immortal said with admiration, according to what you said, once your Gold Fury is completed, even if it is not a high-rank profound sense martial art, it would be very close to it. Before that, your Thunder Devour was already a couple of times more powerful than a normal mid-rank profound sense martial art. It is somewhere between a mid-rank profound sense martial art and a high-rank profound sense martial art. To be honest, before this, It is hard for me to imagine who could create so many attacks that are close to a high-rank, profound sense martial art at the age of 26. High-rank, profound sense martial arts. I am afraid it would be very difficult. Yi Chen was not sure if his Gold Fury would become a high-rank, profound sense martial art, because even the most normal high-rank, profound sense martial arts would need to combine two kinds of profounds. His Gold and Water Profound had not even reached the entry level yet. Of course, his Gold Profound was already very close, just one step away from the entry level. Mo Feng said, "As long as you are on the right path. It is already very hard to reach the entry level of a profound sense martial art, but to combine two kinds of profounds is even harder. You are already on this path, so you will succeed one day." Reaching the entry level of a profound sense martial art was still not enough. One would need to combine two kinds of profounds to be considered a high-rank profound sense martial art. It was not hard to imagine how hard it would be. However, for Yi Chen's Gold Fury, the two profounds had already been combined quite a bit. As long as he could train his Gold and Water Profound to the entry level, he would be able to get close to a high-rank, profound sense martial art. Then, when the two profounds were completely combined, it would be a real high-rank, profound sense martial art. The power of a high-rank, profound sense martial art could be said to be at least 10 times more powerful than a mid-rank, profound sense martial art. There was a huge gap between the two. Therefore, for a long time, only life and death realm warriors could create high-rank, profound sense martial arts. Time flew by quickly. Within a blink of an eye, the rainy season of the Windy Nation had already passed. Yi Chen had also stopped his Gold Fury. It was not that he did not want to continue perfecting it, but he did not have the ability to do so. There were two ways to improve it. One was to deepen the combination of the two profounds, and the other was to increase the level of the profound sense. Neither of these two things could be done in a short period of time. Therefore, Yi Chen temporarily stopped his Gold Fury and continued to train his Thunder Devour instead. Of course, it was not that Yi Chen had stopped training his Thunder Devour. It was just that he had reduced the amount of time he spent on it. No matter what he did, he had to be careful. Right now, his Thunder Profound was already at entry level, but his Thunder Devour was not completed yet. There were still some flaws. If he could complete it, its power would be at least a couple of times more powerful than a normal mid-rank profound sense martial art. The explosive power after the Thunder Devour would be quite shocking. Ting! As he waved out his sword, the silver lightning quickly flowed along the sword body. When it gathered at the tip of the sword, the silver lightning squeezed together and eventually formed a silver thunderball with a small gap. Pushed by his Zhenyuan, the silver thunderball shot out at a high speed. Boom! A tall mountain far away from the Misty Mountain was first shattered by the thunder, then turned into nothingness by the explosive power of the thunderball. There was even a huge hemispherical crater on the ground, as if it had been hit by a meteor. The silver lightning could not form a perfect thunderball, no matter how hard it was squeezed. It should not be a problem of skill, but the lack of thunder profound. Yi Chen was very clear that his skill was absolutely shocking. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create a profound sense martial art. Martial arts contain skills, and the profound was the foundation. Of course, this was only relative to his current level. If his skill was really at an unimaginable level, he could indeed force his Thunder Devour to complete without the profound. However, if his skills were really high, how could his profound be weak? In the end, no matter if it was skills or profound, they all needed people to use them. Having high skills meant having a high comprehension ability, and having a high comprehension ability meant that one could comprehend profound faster. Therefore, they were bound together, and if one lost, they were bound together. The two could not be too far apart. At the end of August, Yi Chen had completed his Thunder Devour, and his Thunder Profound was also at the entry level, reaching a higher level. He was on the way to completion. At this moment, the Thunder Devour was performed with its power completely hidden, and its speed was even faster. Once it hit the enemy would definitely be devoured by the thunder, and then blown away. It is almost September. On top of the mountain, Yi Chen let out a breath. The 18th of September would be the day of his battle with Duguju. But his opponent should not only be Duguju, since he had already heard about Baiming Hui beating Lin Chaonan. According to the description, he had definitely created a martial art that was even more powerful than his Sky Bank. Chapter 647. On the 18th of September, there would be two battles in the Nine Dragon Lake. One would be between Yi Chen and Du Gujue, a monster against a monster, while the other would be between Xiao Chuha and Lu Xiaoyu, one of the top 5 young warriors against one of the top 5 young warriors. No matter which battle it would be equally eye-catching. Therefore, even before September arrived, some people had already started their journey. They would rather arrive early than be left behind, especially those who did not live in the Sky Martial region. Inside the Nine Dragon Mountain, Nine Dragon Lake, just like a year ago, before the 18th of September arrived, the place was already packed with people. People kept on joining in. "Brother He, you are late." "It is not that I am late. It is you who is early." "Ha ha, don't try to find excuses. Drink 3 cups as punishment first." The lakeside was extremely noisy, and there were countless similar voices. On the second day, the Nine Dragon Lake was even more crowded. "Look, Shangguan Fei and Helian Wuhua are here." One of them beat the Black Water Master, who was ranked 63rd on the ranking with 4 attacks, and the other beat the Fire Cloud Master, who was ranked 69th with 3 attacks. They are not friendly. Only a dragon can cross the river. This year, they will definitely be able to make it into the ranking. Everyone sighed. 1 year ago, there were only 6 warriors under the age of 40 in the first ranking, which were the top 5 young warriors and Yi Chen. But this year, there might be more than 10 warriors under the age of 40. It might even be 15, which would double the number of warriors in the ranking. "Brother Shangguan, how have you been?" Helian Wuhua was wearing a long black robe, with a long blade on his waist. His legs were extremely long, looking like he could jump out at any moment to kill his enemies. On top of a small hill not far from him stood a young man in yellow. He had a golden band on his head, with thick eyebrows and huge arms and legs. His weapon was a short spear that was as thick as a bowl. It was forked, looking like a poisonous snake's tongue, looking extremely aggressive and evil. "Brother Helian, long time no see." Shangguan Fei glanced at Helian Wuhua with a bit of fear. The two of them had battled a lot before, but there had never been a clear winner. In order to do so, they would have to go through a tough battle. "Hee, you are not here to watch this time, right?" Helian Wuhua said casually. Shangguan Fei said right away, "Of course not." "Me too." A sharp light flashed through Helian Wuhua's eyes. On the third day, Situ Hao had arrived. In terms of fame, Situ Hao was much more famous than Helian Wuhua and Shangguan Fei. After all, the two of them had only beaten warriors who were ranked in the 60s, while Situ Hao had beaten 2 Yuan from the Breaking Sword Master, who was ranked 33rd, and he had only thrown out 1 sword attack. Although Helian Wuhua and Shangguan Fei did not come with good intentions, they did not plan to challenge Situ Hao. They knew very well how powerful he was, and without using their defensive sword spell, neither of them had the confidence to win. He looked extremely cold. He had picked a mountain of the Chun and and Chun of the Situ, Hao of the Chun of. Yi Chen, my defensive sword spell has already reached the 2nd level. This time, I will make sure you lose without any hesitation. Shoo! 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 More and more warriors arrived. After today and tomorrow, it would be the 18th of September. Everyone looked up and could see human shadows flying over from the horizon. Among these people, a lot of them were young martial geniuses. Some of them came in groups, while others came alone. All of them had an excited light shining in their eyes. For some of the Sea of Souls realm warriors, perhaps they were just here to watch the show, since it would be hard for them to learn anything from it. But as young martial geniuses, their comprehensive ability was naturally not something that some of the Sea of Souls realm warriors could compare with. The Sky Martial region is indeed a sacred place for martial geniuses. Almost none of them are weaker than us. On top of a small hill, a couple of young men and women stood side by side. The one who spoke was a young man with a long sword on his waist. This is good as well. Before, we were always the center of attention. Even in the southern regions, no one would look down on us. But now that we are here, we can finally experience the hardships and joy of climbing up step by step. Didn't Yi Chen rise up like this? These people were indeed Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, and Bing Ling from the South River region. Besides Murong Qingcheng and Yi Chen, only these 3 had reached the Sea of Souls realm. Of course, Xikong Sheng had not been heard from for a long time, so no one knew what realm he had reached. Tua, Baku, Gu Yuyun, and the others who were about the same age as Yi Chen had not been able to make a breakthrough yet, since they were too young after all. On the 4th day, Yi Chen arrived. Since Murong Qingcheng was still in closed-door training, Yi Chen came alone. Yi Chen is here. I wonder if he has improved a lot. Right now, it is not like a year ago. There are too many young warriors chasing after him. If he is not careful, he will be surpassed. Yeah, although Yi Chen's position is quite eye-catching, it is also quite awkward. In front of him are the top 5 young warriors, and behind him are a bunch of top young warriors. Yi Chen's arrival had attracted a lot of attention. They all looked at Yi Chen, hoping to find something from his qi. Yan Qihua studied Yi Chen as a strange feeling flashed through his heart. Back in the South River region, their fame was even bigger than Yi Chen's. Wherever they went, they would be the center of attention. Right now, they had come to the Sky Martial region's 9-Dragon Mountain, but no one paid any attention to them. They were like nameless warriors. However, Yi Chen's arrival had stirred up a huge wave. In the span of 8 years, their identities had been completely changed. Oh, Yi Chen is here. Do you want to play a few rounds with him? Shang Guanfei and Helian Wuhua saw Yi Chen. A strange light flashed through their eyes. Although Yi Chen was ranked 48 on the master-level warrior ranking, which was higher than the Blackwater Martial School and the Fire Cloud Martial School that they had beaten, the difference between 48 and 60 was not that big. Moreover, they were able to beat the Blackwater Martial School and the Fire Cloud Martial School within 3 to 4 attacks, which meant that they would be at least ranked 20 to 30 back then. Therefore, even if Yi Chen had improved a lot, they did not think that they would lose to Yi Chen. Most importantly, as long as they did not lose, it would be the same as winning. On the other hand, Yi Chen could not lose unless he was facing the top 5 young warriors. If he lost, then he would not be able to keep his position. If he lost, then he would not be able to keep his position. Let me go first. Shang Guanfei did not plan to let go of this chance, so he flew out first. Helian Wuhua shook his head. He had wanted to challenge Yi Chen as well. Putting away his flying puppet, Yi Chen landed lightly on a huge mountain near the 9-Dragon Lake. He saw Li Daoxian and the other 2, so he nodded to greet them. Yi Chen, tomorrow is the battle between you and Duguju. Why don't we spar a bit? Shangguan Fei stood in the middle of the lake, his voice spreading out with the help of his Zhen Yuan. HM? Shangguan Fei wants to challenge Yi Chen? These two did not come with good intentions, after all. They even targeted Yi Chen, but to be honest, Yi Chen might not be able to win. After all, Shangguan Fei had beaten the Black Water Martial School, who was ranked 63, with only 4 attacks. It is a bit hard to say, but Yi Chen would not have made no progress, would he? Everyone did not know that Yi Chen had beaten Sidu Hao and beaten back one of the top 5 young warriors, Xia Hozuan. So they all felt a bit uneasy and worried for Yi Chen. You want to challenge me? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. To be honest, with Shangguan Fei's battle record, not to mention now, even half a year ago, Yi Chen could beat him within a second. The two were not even on the same level. Knowing that he wanted to challenge him, Yi Chen did not expect it at all. Thinking about it, Yi Chen laughed. Indeed, in the past year, his few battles had been very secretive, and not many people knew about it. So, it was normal for people not to know about his power. Oh well, I will just shut those people up then. What? You do not dare? Shangguan Fei saw Yi Chen's expression and thought that he was not prepared for it, so he let out a breath of relief. He thought that he might actually win. You do it. Putting away his surprised expression, Yi Chen said lightly. Hearing him, Shangguan Fei was furious. He had been waiting in the middle of the 9-dragon lake for his opponent to come, but he did not expect that the latter would not come at all. All right. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Fei tried his best to suppress his anger. As long as he won, he would see if the latter still had the right to be so arrogant. Boom! The lake water exploded as Shangguan Fei attacked toward Yi Chen at an extreme speed. In the middle of it, he held the short spear in both of his hands and drew a half circle in the air before throwing it out. Snake and Dragon combined attack. Shangguan Fei used his killer move right off the bat. His short spear, which was as thick as the rim of a bowl, emitted a bright light. 2 huge and ferocious figures rushed out of the light. One was a venomous python, and the other was a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The python and the dragon were entangled together, forming a spiral as they rushed out. Hiss! Awoo! The snake and the dragon roared together, their auras reaching into the sky. Such a powerful killing attack. The snake contains a soft power, while the dragon contains a hard power. One soft and one hard, normal people would not be able to handle it at all. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at Yi Chen, wanting to see how he was going to deal with it. Too weak. Yi Chen shook his head and took out his gold sword, waving it out casually. Pop! With Yi Chen as the center, a huge circle of ripples spread out and exploded, covering the giant serpent and the long dragon inside. Although the giant serpent and the dragon were creatures of the water and could easily overturn rivers and seas, this gold ripple wasn't just a simple water profound. It was a killing move that combined the metal and water profound. It contained both the endless water profound and the indestructible metal profound. Moreover, compared to half a year ago, the gold ripples had become even stronger. Crack! Without the slightest pause, the moment the serpent and the dragon came into contact with the golden ripples, they crumbled inch by inch and dissipated into pure energy. What was even more frightening was that the golden ripples spread out in waves, forcibly combining the power of the serpent and the dragon together, and spreading towards Shangguan Fei. Not good. Shangguan Fei's face turned pale. He crossed his spear together, trying his best to defend. Boom! It was like a normal person running into a tsunami. Shangguan Fei puked out a mouthful of blood as his whole body was blown backward, without any power to fight back. Chapter 648. What? He could not even handle one attack. A lot of people had their mouths wide open, shocked beyond words. Although they thought that Yi Chen had a higher chance of winning, they would never have thought that Shangguan Fei could not even handle one attack from Yi Chun. Most of them thought that even if Yi Chun were to win, it would not be easy and would take dozens or even hundreds of attacks. After all, Shangguan Fei's power was right there. He had beaten the Black Water Master, who was ranked 63rd in the Master-level warrior ranking with only 4 attacks. Impressive. Everyone was completely convinced by Yi Chun. Just when they were wondering if Yi Chun could keep his position, Yi Chun had given them a definite answer. How could he improve this fast? The Ice Sword Master had also arrived. She had already prepared herself for Yi Chun to surpass her, since she was not a young person after all, and she had almost used up all of her potential. Her improvement in 1 year would not be able to compete with the young geniuses. Plus, Yi Chun was not a normal young martial genius, but a monster-level martial genius. But she would never have thought that Yi Chun would improve this fast. 1 year was not a long time for Sea of Souls realm warriors, and it would be great if they could make some progress. But 1 year for Yi Chun was equivalent to years for others or even decades. Sword art genius. The Ice Sword Master mumbled to herself. Li Daoxian and the other 2 were just as shocked. They had not seen Yi Chun for a year or 2, and they had all been busy training. Since they were martial geniuses from the South Rudra region, they did not have much contact with the Sky Martial region. They had always thought that the gap between Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be that big. But now, it seemed like the gap between Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors was 10 times bigger than they had imagined. Normal Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to handle one attack from Yi Chun, and someone as powerful as him would not be able to handle one attack from Yi Chun. They could not imagine how the gap between Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors could be this big. Actually, it was not their fault for underestimating the gap between Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Only by standing at the top would one be able to see further. Once they reached Yi Chun's realm, they would know that the gap between the cultivation was not that big, but the gap between martial arts and profound sense would be limitless for normal master-level warriors. Once they reached late Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to master a couple of low-rank profound sense martial arts and 1 mid-rank profound sense martial art. Although Yi Chun was not as powerful as them in terms of cultivation, his sword intent power was equivalent to peak level rank 5. If he combined his sword intent with his cultivation, Yi Chun would not be at a disadvantage when facing peak level late Sea of Souls realm master level warriors with peak level rank 4 willpower. He might even be able to win. Excluding cultivation and willpower, Yi Chun's profound sense martial arts were even more impressive. Not to mention his Thunder Devour and Gold Fury. Just his gold pattern alone would be twice as powerful as normal mid-rank profound sense martial arts. It would be strange if Shangguan Fei could handle one attack from Yi Chun. Boom! Shangguan Fei crashed heavily into a small mountain beside the lake. His whole body sunk into the rock wall, creating a human-shaped hole. That intense sword chi spread out everywhere, cutting the mountain into pieces. Puking out another mouthful of blood, Shangguan Fei fainted immediately. The young martial geniuses, who were close to him, hurried to get him out and move him to a nearby building to rest. Helian Wu Hua saw Shangguan Fei like this, so he looked at Yi Chun with a horrified expression. He was glad that Shangguan Fei had challenged Yi Chun first. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. Right now, not to mention challenging Yi Chun, he did not even have the courage to face Yi Chun. Yi Chun glanced at Helian Wu Hua. Before Shangguan Fei challenged him, he had been whispering with him, probably discussing who should challenge him first. Feeling Yi Chun's intimidating gaze, Helian Wu Hua hurried to turn his head away, avoiding Yi Chun's gaze. His palms were covered in sweat. Is Yi Chun getting more and more powerful? Today was the last day before the battle, and a lot of people had arrived. Yen, Feng Feng, Hai Wuya, and the rest of the young warriors had all arrived. Yen Feng Feng said, "I cannot win against him right now." 1 year ago, Yen Feng Feng thought that she could exchange hundreds of attacks with Yi Chen, and if she went back to her phoenix form, she would be able to beat him. But she was just like the godly shark princess. She did not like to be too high profile in front of humans. Only when something unavoidable happened would she use all of her power. A lot of people knew that Yen Feng Feng had been hiding her power, so they did not dare to mess with her too much. Hai Wuya said, "His power right now should be at the first level, right?" The young martial geniuses were divided into a couple of levels. The first level would be the top 5 young warriors. The second level would actually be people like Lin Tian. The third level would be people like Hai Wuya. And the fourth level would be some of the normal, powerful young martial geniuses. As for the even more normal young martial geniuses, they would not even be in the top level. Although Shangguan Fei and Helian Wuhua were a lot more powerful than Lin Tian, they were only at the top of the second level. On the other hand, Situ Hao, Bai Minghui, and the rest of them were already close to the first level, or even already at the first level, including Yen Feng Feng. All right, beating you like this should be even more interesting. It was right then that a sharp voice spread out over the entire Nine-Dragon Lake. "Situ Hao." Everyone who was watching the battle looked over and saw Situ Hao flying out, his feet lightly touching the surface of the lake. There was a sword on his waist and another one on his back. Yi Chen's expression did not change. "It seems like your defensive sword spell has improved again. Let's do it." Without even guessing, Yi Chen knew that since his opponent dared to stand out, he must have a lot of confidence. Most likely, he was going to use his defensive sword spell as his ace attack. Judging from Yi Chen's tone, it seems like the two have battled before. I guess so. I wonder who won. It is hard to say. Situ Hao's defensive sword spell is too powerful. It is extremely fast, and its attacking power is very high as well. Facing this kind of sword spell, most of the martial arts would not be able to perform in time. Tu Yuan from the Breaking Sword Martial School was a master-level sword artist. A sword artist's attacking speed was always fast, and so was their reflexes. For Situ Hao to be able to beat his opponent with one sword attack, it was not hard to imagine how powerful his defensive sword spell was. Therefore, besides a small portion of people who thought that Yi Chen would win for sure, most of them were just watching. Among them, there was even a small portion who thought that Situ Hao was going to win. The defensive sword spell was a long-lost sword spell, and it was indeed a powerful weapon. "Don't worry, I will use it." Situ Hao was not stupid enough to use his defensive sword spell to attack Yi Chen from a distance. If the distance was too far, his opponent would definitely have time to prepare. It would be like attacking his opponent's advantage with his own weakness, which was not a smart move. Of course, if it were Shangguan Fei or Helian Wuhua, Situ Hao would not be so scared. With his defensive sword spell, he would still be able to win easily. Different opponents meant different strategies. 3. Ultimate Sword. His body floated into the air as Situ Hao threw out 3 sword attacks in a row towards Yi Chen, who was on the mountain peak. Break. Yi Chen wanted to test out Situ Hao's defensive sword spell, but he knew that the latter would not dare to use it if he did not get close to him. He did not stay on the mountain peak, but flew towards the 3-sword chi. On the way, his body suddenly sped up. That sharp sword light was like a crescent moon, cutting the 3-sword chi in half. The remaining power was still there as it continued to attack towards Situ Hao. Arrogant. A sneer flashed past his face as he took a deep breath. He held the long sword in his right hand and waved it hundreds of times in the air. Each time he threw out a sword attack, the sword chi would be extremely slow, as if it was frozen in the air, waiting for the other sword chi to arrive. Within a blink of an eye, hundreds of sword chi interweaved together. Under the push of the last huge sword chi, it was like a huge net covering Yi Chun, who was coming at him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Skynet sword. Besides the defensive sword spell, Situ Hao's most powerful sword attack was under the cover of the Skynet sword art. Pulling one part of it would affect the whole thing. As long as one sword chi was broken, it would be surrounded by other sword chi. It would be like catching fish in a huge net with no way to escape. Not a bad sword attack. How could Yi Chun not see through the secret of this attack? If normal fast sword attacks had a wide attacking range, then the Skynet sword art was definitely not as simple as that. People who could not see through this attack would think that they would be able to pass through as long as they could break the sword net. However, once they broke the net, it would cause the balance of the sword net to lose, which would lead to the other sword chi's attacks. It would be like hundreds of sword chi attacking from all directions. However, it was a pity that Yi Chen's gold pattern was the bane of this attack. Raising his gold sword high up, Yi Chun threw out a sword attack. Pop! The gold pattern spread out in a circular shape. Yi Chun was surrounded by the attack from all directions, and he was like the center of the pattern, the source of the wave. Pap! The sword net and the gold pattern clashed together, causing a huge explosion. The dense sword chi could not even get close to Yi Chun. Once it got close, it would be blown away by the waves of transparent gold pattern. If the sword net was a huge net, then the gold pattern would be a huge whale. A normal net would not be able to catch a whale that was the king of the ocean. After breaking through two of Situ Hao's attacks in a row, Yi Chun was only 100 meters away from his opponent. Defensive sword spell. 100 meters was Situ Hao's attacking limit. He did not hesitate anymore, as he performed a sword spell with his right hand. The long sword on his back automatically took out of its scabbard, bringing with it a sharp sword light as it attacked towards Yi Chun, who was not far away. Shoo! The long sword's flying speed was extremely fast. It had already surpassed the normal speed. It was like the sword had just been taken out of its scabbard when it arrived right next to Yi Chun. Ting! Yi Chen's expression did not change as he blocked out the long sword with his sword, bringing up a huge amount of sparks. Kill! Situ Hao's expression was cold as he performed a sword spell with his right hand. The long sword that had been thrown out suddenly started dancing in the air, attacking towards Yi Chun from another direction. Ting! 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 The flying sword's speed had been pushed to its peak. Even if it was blocked out by Yi Chun, it could still attack again without any time to stop. No wonder he was so confident. He had reached the level where he could move the sword with his mind. The defensive sword spell was a long-lost sword spell, so it would be impossible to say that it was not powerful. The user of this spell only needed to move his mind, and the flying sword would be able to kill his enemies in the air. Since the flying sword was not an intelligent creature, it did not have any chi and blood. Therefore, it would not have to face the awkward situation of having to use up all of its power, which made it extremely hard to deal with. Most importantly, every time the flying sword was blocked by Yi Chun, it would try its best to fly back and wait for the chance to attack again. Therefore, every time they clashed, it would only be a fake attack. As long as Yi Chun made a mistake, the flying sword would attack right in and turn from a fake attack into a killing attack. I do not believe that you would be able to maintain that flawless attack for a long time. Even if you have no flaws, I will still make sure that you do. Situ Hao backed out a little. Once the defensive sword spell was performed, it would be necessary to increase the distance. Is that all you have? Yi Chen's voice was heard. Hearing him, Situ Hao's expression changed as he said sarcastically, "You are just trying to be mysterious. Even if you have a powerful sword attack, so what? As long as it is not fast enough, You will not be able to do anything to me. The biggest use of the defensive sword spell was to stop some of the powerful martial arts that were not fast enough from being performed.